of the SDG Summit, the SDG Forum. I'd like for us to kind of fill this side of the hall a little bit. Can I appeal to everybody on that side of the room to move and fill the seats here? We want to kind of have a better picture. Like, I can see you guys here. You guys look beautiful, but it will be much better if we fill these seats in the central area. Thank you very much. Also, to everyone who's outside, everyone who's standing outside, please complete your registration. Please complete your registration and come in. Complete your registration and come in. Yesterday we had panel sessions that spoke from, educating women to the different things that our government and we as individuals are doing to hit the target for the Sustainable Development Goals. We have 17 different ones, but the major focus is on equality among us as human beings, as men and women, to eradicate hunger and climate change. Thank you everybody for showing up today. My name is Sheon Ajayi, and as I said before, yesterday I told you guys that I will do anything. I'm your chief servant today. Whatever you need. The only thing I don't do is serve small chops, but you can holler at me if you need anything, and I'll direct you to the right quarters. I see myself on there. Come on, that's nice. Thank you guys who are projecting today. I'm seeing myself on camera for the first time here. And I'd like to also say that today we are going to make things precise. We're going to make them short. Nobody's borrowing time from the other person. It's going to be quick, precise. Everybody's time will be their time. But I would like to, first of all, crave your indulgence for us to honor our country, our motherland, and we rise as we take the national anthem. Thank you all very much. You may please be seated. So, like we said before, today's event is this is the second day of our SDG focused forum. We have a few panel sessions, and our first is titled Measuring the SDG Challenges of Data and Coordination Across Nigerian States. As a nation, we have to put in our own efforts in different states across the nation, their own governments, their local governments from the highest to the lowest level. We need to make sure that we are pursuing this target to make sure that these goals are met for us today and for our future. And I don't see him here, but I don't know if he has his representative. And that's our facilitator here for this specific forum, Mr. Ehosa Omoegui. I don't think he's here. He's the head stakeholder relationship on SDGs at the Nigerian Governors Forum. Does he have a representative here? Okay, he's not here yet, so we can't begin that yet. But I wanted to divert attention to the ambassadors. So we heard a lot of people talk yesterday, right? We heard many guys talk about the SDGs, what we're doing in Nigeria, you know. But I want to put a question to one or two of you guys and ask, why is this important for us as young people in this generation? May I start with you, the man in glasses? No, behind you. Yes. You, sir, please come forward. Did you hear my question? Okay, I was saying that why are the SDGs, the targets that we have from the United Nations, why are they important to us? As you can choose one and tell us why it's important to us as young people in this generation today. If you don't have a microphone, I can share one with you. Let me share this with you. Tell us your name, what you're studying, and proceed to answer the question.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Mahmoud Shahu, and I am a law student and a reformer, a civic society reformer, and also a policy maker. Well, SDG is so important because it's more like a guiding light, putting us through and pitching from what we have, the problems we are having in our communities and our societies and countries and everything, in our individual lives. Mm-hmm. And it brings some certain topics or goals that if this is specifically achieved, the problems aligning to so and so will be eradicated and will perish. And that's why from the first to the last SDG, that's from the eradication of poverty, the first goal, to the partnership, the last one, the 17th, all of them are in line to our daily lives on how we can make our lives better, our environments, our societies, the governments, the civil society, and everything surrounding ourselves and surrounding our environments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give him another round of applause. I'd just like to take I'd just like to ask one more person. Let me see in the crowd. Anybody else want to give perspective on why it's important in this generation to be in this discussion, to attempt to hit our goals, our SDG goals? Okay, please. Please, like the first guy did, give us your name.
Hi everyone, my name is Kabir Olashibiko, the founder and CEO of Crafts Planet. So I would like to talk about the plastic pollution. So plastic pollution is blocking sewage line, drainage networks, affecting communities, and it has affected so many communities. So eventually, if nothing is being done, it's going to block and affect so many people, drainage lines, as I talked earlier. So it's very important to look for a solution to solve the problem of plastic pollution. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Please hang on to the mic for just a second. Can we get just I can't get any lady in the room. So that we need to make it balanced now. We're talking gender equality, things like that. So, do you want to try? How about our lady volunteer, our lady ambassador? Please, can you send the mic her way?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aisha Ahmad Yusuf, and I studied computer science. I want to talk about the planting of trees yesterday for SDGs 13, which is climate change. Why we plant trees is to stop, it helps climate change to stop carbon dioxide from the air, store it into the carbon, and release it to the soil and trees. And planting of trees help us to prevent erosion, clean our water, and beautify our home and communities.
Okay, thank you very much. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you so much. So what we're going to be doing, going to be doing a quick switch, which would be to move on to the second discussion of the day. We'll replace it with the first. And that is the SDG Goals 13, climate action. Is it now or is it too late? Should we be taking action now or is it too late? The dangers of global warming and what can we do about it? Our facilitator would be Mr. Chibuzo Azodo. He will be joined by a PhD student from the Department of Economics, Nile University, Nigeria. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you very much. Welcome, sir. Please, photographers, give us a picture. Look, let me know I know important people in this life. Come and shake me first. Where is our picture? I hand this over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yeah, I need to feel the energy so I can be energized to speak about climate change. So, permit me to stand on existing protocol of yesterday. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to speak about climate change, a topic that most of you are aware of, and the importance of us taking actions now and the type of actions we could take. My name is Chibuzo Azudu. I'm a PhD student at Nile University, Economics, and my area of research is on waste to energy. So when we talk about climate change, what does it mean to say that there's climate change? We're talking about how the actions we take affect the ecosystem that we live in. There's the environment, things like rising sea levels, things like biodiversity loss. These are all the effects of climate change. And the one that's even very close to us, the one that's close to home, is heat, right? Heat is so hot nowadays. And those are impacts that climate change causes because the weather is changing. So the news of climate change is something that's not foreign to us. Sometime last year, October, we had flooding that affected Anambra State. It also affected Kogi and some other environs. And the impact of that flooding led to losses in terms of life, property, welfare. People were displaced from their homes. People even lost source of livelihoods. And the one that even met everybody was rising cost of food, which came about the plants and the places where the rice paddies were planted, and even high cost of fuel. And these are effects of climate change. Now, we may not be the ones who pollute the most, but at the same time, this effect of climate change affects us all. And who are these biggest causes of the climate change? And they are nothing more than us, human beings, right? And human beings are the biggest cause of the climate change because our activities are what drives and depletes the environment and causes this harm to the environment. And the reports by IPCC in 2021 showed that our average global warming has increased from 0.3 degrees Celsius in 1800s to 1.1 degrees Celsius in 2021. And if you think about it, what does 1.1 degrees Celsius mean? As in, you can't figure out that number because it's all scientific jargon. But if you think about it in terms of reality, it means if we are facing heat right now, I mean, if there's so much heat or there's so much flooding, in the future where they project, that's 2100, where it will be 2.5 to 4 degrees Celsius, we would have 4 times more of the adverse effects of climate change. So if you feel like the weather is hot right now, think about it in the next 65 years, you having 4 times that heat. You see, it's something to worry about, it's something to think about, and it's something we need to take action about. And taking action is something that we did. Like the ambassador spoke, we planted trees yesterday, and one matured tree captures about 23 kg of CO2 emissions every year. And if we think about it and you want to pack it, that's almost like half a bag of rice, right? So imagine if 1 million Nigerians plant trees every year. How many bag of rice in terms of CO2 emissions do you think we are saving, right? And that is how we can put this climate change into perspective, by taking actions. Planting trees is not just the only way to solve climate change problem, because there are limited lands where we can plant trees. But one thing that everyone can do is in the problem of waste management, like the ambassador also spoke at the left-hand side. And in Nigeria, we generate an average of 0.5 kg to 0.8 kg of waste every day per person. And if we scale it up to 200 million people, that's a lot of waste. And those wastes would grow to a point where they are all dumped in landfills. And if nothing is done about it, we have these landfills pollute the environment, emit greenhouse gases, and cause health problems, and even make our environment not clean. So what actions can we take? So the actions we can take is to try and see how we personally can manage our waste. Because it's one of the easiest things we could do, but it takes consistency. Imagine if everybody manages their waste. They apply 5 principles: reduce, reuse, refuse, recycle, and repair. Those 5 principles can be applied. So refuse. So when you go to a supermarket, you refuse to take an extra nylon to pack your goods. Reuse. When you buy a bottle of water and you finish drinking the water, you use that same bottle to refill another water. These are practical actions we can do. Reduce. To not throw litters on the floor. Like when you eat stuff, you don't throw it on the floor. You pack it together and you put it in a dustbin. And one thing we could do again is to repair. To not dispose our electronics and our car items or any big items away without even attempting to repair it first. And last but not the least is recycle. And the way recycling works is people, in my last study, I did a study in my master's degree, and the study was about what would make people recycle. And The study found that people are willing to recycle if they can sort their waste in two different categories, dry and wet. Dry means inorganic, wet means organic. So people, if you take your inorganic materials and you keep it in a separate bin, and you take the organic materials and you keep it in a separate bin, people are more likely to touch the inorganic materials and recycle it. And all these are little actions we can take to ensure that we make our environments and make our world a better place. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Chibuzo Azoto. Please put your hands together for him again. Mr. Chibuzo, you left your phone, so are you trying to make me richer? Because in Lagos, there's a place called Computer Village. Hello? And if these two phones will make me a few, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so based off of what he said, does anybody have any questions? Okay, what did he say? What did he say? There's something that he said that really struck a chord with me, is that we need to attempt to, okay, I'll come to you. Let me give you, where's the other microphone? Has somebody taken it to Computer Village? Okay. So, he said something about us trying to fix things before we throw them away. You know, and that's something that I know our parents used to do quite a lot. You know, they will fix and fix and fix a thing before. And then if you go to some places in different parts of Nigeria, especially in the southwest, you find cars that are 80, 90 years old and they still work. Am I wrong? Yes. Yes. Go to places like Osun State. Go to places like Ibadan. Now the state of which the state that they are working in is different. You know, they are emitting carbon all over the place. But they are working. You know, so our parents have taught us some things that we should emulate. We should try and fix certain things before we throw them away. And we need to sort our waste. Let's say it again. Can we please just sort our waste? Please, based off of what he said.
Yeah, regarding what he says, it's just like when he says refuse. Like when he went to a supermarket, he bought something and he refused to add another nylons. Sometimes people are doing requesting for additional nylons in order to go home and package some of the things they have, or even to keep it at home for maybe further usage or something. So I don't know if there is any highlight you say regarding the refusal of collecting more nylons from the supermarket. Like we used to collect it because we need to save it for further usage, or maybe add some things and package it somewhere. So if you can add something.
Okay, take the mic. You can take the mic to him. You have a question, okay?
Okay. So this is the idea behind refuse. So most of the additional nylon we get, sometimes they go to the waste bin. And when they go to the waste bin, they take those nylons and they dump it on a landfill. And the landfill doesn't do anything with the nylons. The nylons get there and they take so many years before they decompose. If I'm to ask you to make a guess, how many years do you think it takes a piece of plastic to decompose?
Question.
How many? Decomposing. Can you see 1,000 years? So that the plastic you're using,
years.
the plastic you're using, you're not going to even live to see it decompose. So you think about glass. Glass takes up to, is it 10,000 a million? It takes long years. So we have to be very intentional about how we use it. And it's those intentional usage that helps us save our environment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two more questions. We have one question from Dr. Syed.
Okay,
Wait.
I have
Yes, I do too.
I have a question.
Hold on. Okay, you ask your question, but I need a volunteer to help me send the mic across the room.
I'll do it.
Okay, so when you're done, you become the guy who's spreading the mic around. Okay, please go ahead.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm Fullerton. I have a comment to make with respect to his presentation. I know with respect to packaging in general, packaging, I think every plastic any one of you has ever used, it still exists in one way or the other on earth. Still, it's still existing, even worse somewhere. So what I'm saying that when it comes to packaging, nylon is actually the cheapest way of packaging. Literally, it's the cheapest. But then, now if you say you have to incorporate using the paper bag that are made from carton, it is more expensive to make things more expensive. That okay, the thing that you'll be buying for 500 naira, now you have to the package will cost you 400 naira. So you can now see how the world now is trying to fight what it's very difficult. So and I think until we find an alternative way of packaging, I think plastic will still exist forever for us.
But I mean,
Now, our ancestors, I mean our ancestors, I mean our fathers and our grandfathers, they know how to package very well. I don't know if you guys know what they call moi moi. So how do they pack moi moi?
in a leaf.
In leaves, right? They did pack it in leaves. They pack akara in leaves. They pack food in leaves. And leaves take very little time to decompose, and they are good for the environment. So we can use alternatives. We can decide to take a bag to the supermarket and buy stuff and asking for new one. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for him. Okay. So hold on. No, hold on. Before you go there, there was a man behind there. He had signified to me a while ago. So let's go with him first. And we are taking one more question from you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nadoja Madekwa. I'm a hostel supervisor. So,
Please, I need you to speak up, sir. I'm just hearing sure.
my name is Nadoja Madekwa. I'm a hostel supervisor.
Okay.
I have just one question because when the young man was discussing, he mentioned something about an organization called IPCC. I've been using my phone trying to Google what that means, so I'm confused. So I would like him to tell me the full meaning of IPCC, so I will know the particular organization that has been doing the check on the use of the depletion of the climatic factors and everything. Please,
All
thank
right.
you.
Please, sir, we need the full meaning, Okay, for those online, please.
Okay, IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change.
Thank you very much for the clarity we have. So we have, hold on, please come this way. We're going to make, Dr. Syed, I'll come to Dr. Syed. Wait, don't worry. Go to him. Dr. Syed will be last. You are here with us.
Hi, everyone. My name is Suleiman Mukhtar, one of the co-organizers of the SDG Summit. I think beyond the personal responsibility, this is more or less like a contribution to what future Dr. Chibuzao said. I think in addition to that, we also have to look at, as students especially, you have to look at the economic advantages of combating climate change. As much as there is, and I think this is sort of what we started talking about yesterday, about opportunities that exist in the face of most of these problems. I know Intisar Kofi, who gathers news, what do you call it?
Water bottles.
No, not just water bottles, pure water nylons and all of that, and she does interlock blocks with them. I know of, there's another colleague of mine who recycles tires. So she goes to all these
Dumps.
vulcanizers, and then she packs the sports tires, and then she recycles them into furniture. We see some of them very fancy, very nice, and they resell and resell and resell. Sometimes she even goes back to the person who bought the first one, who doesn't like it anymore. She takes it back, gives another one. Like that, there's a lot of economic advantage of combating climate change. And currently, aside from health, with global donors, I'm in the development space, I work in the development space. Aside from health, that packs about 60% of global donor funding, the next thing is climate change, is combating climate change. So if you look at where global donors funding goes into, like you look at Johns Hopkins universities and the rest of them, where they're actually throwing most of their money into is health, number one. Then the next thing under it is climate change. Before you even talk about governance and accountability and other part, because these are the most presidential issues that we have currently.
Sir,
so just know that the advantages and this.
You are giving us a PhD lecture on it already. But thank you so much. No, Dr. Syed. Mind yourself. Eh? No. We have a lady who is going to be the last, actually. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Muhammad Bayri Andi. I'm part of the organizers for this conference. So, regarding your questions, I want to make a comment. So, I think what Mr. Chuzo is saying is we should embrace recycling. So, for example, we know we have friends that use Ankara to sew these tote bags. So, instead of you going to supermarket to collect another nylon, why not patronize your friend, carry those tote bags and use them to pack all you want to pack from the supermarket, then take it home. When you are going back to the supermarket again, wash it, hang it and take it.
Use it again.
Yeah, use it again. So you don't need to carry more nylon. So I think that's what he's just trying to tell us.
Thank you so much. Before the next comment, I just want to say these three things. They all start with R. Let's say it together. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Okay, let's let the lady ask.
My question is about wet waste. You talked about segregating waste into dry and wet. So I'm curious about how wet waste, like these 3 R's, can be applied to wet waste, because I imagine that wet waste involves things like food scraps, like maybe banana peels or vegetables or something. So how do we reuse, for example, or how
recycle.
do we recycle
Or
wet
repurpose.
waste?
Oh, you're wearing sneakers, so you can move.
That's a very, very, very lovely question. So, for waste, there's a lot of things in the value chain of waste, right? And when we first sort, what we have done is that we have created opportunities for us to use waste for another thing. Organic waste, that's the wet waste, can be used as manure. Okay, there's also other technologies that can convert organic waste. They call it a biodigester. You can convert it to cooking gas, or you can even convert it to gas that you can use for power. So there are value chains to when you sort. So what makes waste management very difficult, most especially in countries like Nigeria, is that all the good waste and the bad waste are all together. So people want to sort waste, but they have to put their hand in rotten egg to pick out the plastic, to pick out the nylon, and it's messy. But if you sort it, it makes the using of each of these waste easier for the waste management people. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for him. I think so. Dr. Syed is in
So
the...
I'm actually happy I'll be the last.
Okay.
Because my question...
You see, I know how to do these things.
My question may not need an answer, but it may need thoughts.
Okay.
I am the National Coordinator Tax for SDGs, a confused name, with the UN. The challenge is, my role is, how do we use public finance and taxes to achieve SDGs? Now, we have these beautiful ideas. One of it is what I want to throw to us. Do we think we're ready for it? It's a fact. Environment is degrading. It's a fact we will not have a future if we do not set it up right now. But the next thing is, we are planning to use taxes to force that. We won't stop you from using nylon, but we'll make it more expensive. That way, if you must use a nylon, you buy it more expensive. We won't stop you from using rubber, but we'll make it more expensive. If you insist you must use a no-risk, every single use item, we want to make it more expensive. At least this is what we're proposing. Now, that's why I said it doesn't need answer. But if you think you can contribute to this, please contact me. If you think you have a valid reason against it, because for now, this is what we're pushing for. Do you think it's a good idea? If we think it is not, then please also let's have a justification.
Okay.
But I know people who want to respond.
Yeah, I know there are responses in your hearts and in your minds, but we have a full day. Good morning, ma'am. But we have a full day of discussions and discussants today. And I will no longer be taking comments and questions on this matter at the moment. You know who to meet and discuss these things with because we are pressed for time. So I'd like to quickly call on Mr. Mukhtar Madibo from Code Follow the Money. He's going to come forward and speak to us about health. Please put your hands together for him.
All right, good morning.
Mukhtar, no borrowing.
Okay.
You only buy today, no borrowing.
Okay, so good morning. Today I'm not here to speak to you about governance, nor to speak to you about tracking, nor to speak to you about I'm not here to get you angry. Because yesterday what I was saying was really getting us angry. But my question first is going to be, please, have you been vaccinated? Any of the vaccine, be it COVID, be it hepatitis A, B, or C, or be it meningitis, be it yellow fever, and what have you. I have a present for someone that is vaccinated, fully vaccinated, of COVID. 3 times. You know, while coming in.
Wait. How do we verify?
Okay, so when I was coming in, the conversation that people were having on the conversation of recycled things, right? And I will introduce this to you. We actually bought it from a friend that is recycling bags, right? And then we try to make it a Save One, Save All campaign. Now, this campaign is a campaign where we go across the country and speak to people around taking the importance of taking vaccine and also informing people that the next point of malaria vaccine that is coming to Nigeria is malaria vaccine. Are you aware of that? So that vaccine is coming in September. If COVID has not affected you in any way or the other vaccines, right, as maybe yellow fever if you're traveling. And just so you know, for those of us that want to, what's the word of JAPA, right? You have to take your COVID vaccine before you do that. So I'll take us through to it. I have these bags few, but I will be asking questions. If you answer, I dash you. In my bag, it's a good thing. I have like a jota. And then, it's sunny out there in Abuja, right? So I have like a bottled water, and it's cooling, You can just keep your water, and it will be cool. Maybe while getting into the hall, you will see a banner saying, get fully vaccinated. And what we're trying to achieve is to, inform you about the NPHCDA, National Primary Healthcare Development Agency vaccines that is being rolled out. I know we have we have something like this. Should in case you want those posters, you can get it. For Nigeria, for COVID vaccine is from 18 upward. So for my friends, we get to talk about this vaccine some other time. But what we have here is the numbers of vaccine that the MPHCDA is rolling. And the fact that we're coming to campuses, we try to make it in such a way you can enjoy or benefit from what I am saying. Maybe you should, in case you don't like my face, you did not listen to what I'm saying. You were given posters, right? Sorry, flyers. And on each and every flyer, there is a barcode, right? So if you scan that barcode, it takes you to a WhatsApp group that you can ask questions on where and how you can take any of the vaccine, right? And if you decide to, if you get that answer, it will take you to the nearest or available place where you can take this vaccine. I still have 6 minutes. So let's go to the questions. I have like 6 bags, like I said. You answer the question I give you, right? Please, for the first question is going to be for students of Nile. Please, if you've taken any vaccine among the 3 I mentioned, be it yellow fever, and you're fully vaccinated of COVID, right? And then you've taken meningitis or hepatitis A or B, please, by show of hand, you can raise up your hand. Sir, you're not a student, sir. Oh, I'm also submitting my proposal to Nile for PhD because, you have okay, please, student. Okay, you're a student, yeah? We'll discuss about that. Oh, okay. Stephanie, can you help me ask, what were your reactions when you took COVID vaccine? You didn't get COVID. It was yellow fever because you want to travel. So we'll get you something. Stephanie, give her Jota for taking yellow fever vaccine. Any other person? Are you serious? Have you taken COVID vaccine? You're fully vaccinated, including the booster shots. You said? Oh, you've taken the booster. So you've taken the COVID vaccine 3 times? Twice. Oh, fantastic. Okay, you took Johnson & Johnson, and then you took the booster shot. Fantastic. Stephanie, give him the full bag. Right? So, guys, to be honest with you, I'm not here to, this whole thing we're doing is just so that we can save ourselves from the dangers that this thing is coming to us. We all understood, or we all need to know that COVID is here to stay. Whether we like it or not, COVID has been here for a very long time, from stories of China and to the stories of the 2003 Saudi Arabia incidents and what have you. But as we progress, we know that COVID is coming in different aspects. And then the only thing we can do to save ourselves from the issue is just to go take that vaccine. I tell you, I kid you not, I had COVID 3 times. The first 2 that I had COVID, it was lots job that I'm doing, lots work. Training people, and I got the COVID I came back with. The 3rd one, I was in a birthday party, and then it happened, shit happens. And then, to be honest, I tell you what, while I was having that, I was in isolation, right? I was just reading Quran because I thought I'm gonna buy, But the reality is there is nothing we can do without saving ourselves from this very thing. And these vaccines are free, right? And just so you know, the only vaccine we have available of COVID now in the country is just 1 shot. That's the JJ, the Johnson & Johnson. So visit any primary healthcare development agency or any primary health care within your locality, and then you can get that vaccine for free. Now, for my bags, I learned that a lot of you have not taken vaccine. If you're promising me you're going to take vaccine, I'll give you a water bottle. Please, how many people are promising me after this are going to take vaccine? Now, everybody. Can you help me? I'm not a medical person, but I'm fighting poverty. I'm working on this project. So if you said you're not going to take automatically, the donor might decide to withhold the grant. Can you help me and raise up your hand so that they will do a video and say, oh, you've agreed that you're going to take the vaccine? help me raise up your, oh my God. Really, guys? Really? All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, if you want any further information, I'll be here till we close, so I can entertain some. But just so you know, I'm not a medical doctor. I'm just fighting poverty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mukhtar. Okay. All right. So we're back to we're back to our regular programming. We will now be taking the session on measuring the SDG challenges of data and coordination across Nigerian states. I'd like to call on the head stakeholder relationship on SDGs at the Nigerian Governors Forum, Mr. Eghosa M. Omoigui. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward. Thank you, sir. We met yesterday, and I almost made away with another fancy phone, but you're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Sorry, it's good morning again. Good morning, everyone. Just to register that we're happy to be partners of this event with the Now University. This is a very laudable initiative. The chairman, I bring greetings from the chairman of the Nigeria Governors Forum, His Excellency Governor Tambuwal, and also from the Director General of the Nigeria Governors Forum Secretariat, Mr. A.B. Okaru. We received this invitation at a very, very tight time. You see, I just jetted in and I'm up here yesterday. Likewise, throughout this week, we have been doing the induction ceremony for the newly elected and returning governors. So that's why the calendar has been a little bit tight. So I apologize for not being here on time. And I squeezed out a lot to be here because it's important. The NGF is partnering with the global community to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So that's why we made it a priority for us to be here. I have a quick presentation which I would just speak to quickly and take it from there. The topic given to me to talk about is measuring the SDG. So I'll keep the time and return the time that's been allocated to me. Measuring the SDG challenges of data and coordination across Nigerian states. A lot of speakers spoke here yesterday, also from the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs, which is the focal point for SDG tracking and allocation across the states. But at the subnational level, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. My outline is, I'll just give a brief introduction. What are the challenges, which is the crux of this theme? The solution methodology, subnational accountability for the SDGs, and the next steps, achieving the goals. The second to the last point there, I will zero down on Bauchi State because Bauchi State government is partnering with the organizers of this event. So I just said, let me give it context in that regard. All right. So by introduction, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals have given us a blueprint to re-engineer our world by identifying key tasks and activities that focus on the economics, financial, and environmental pillars of society. Thanks to the UN system in the country, Nigeria has been able to report on some of these SDGs, like SDG 3, health, SDG 4, quality education, SDG 5, water, and etc. But however, the data is derived from a few states and is limited in scope. What are the challenges? The truth is that what you don't know, you can't measure. And then what you can't measure, you can't improve upon. So how can we report the SDG performance in a way that is credible, acceptable, and reliable? SDG reporting on Nigeria is supposed to be an aggregation of the sum of its parts, where you have participation from the 36 states and the FCT. If you look at other climes, you don't have United States of America, for example, reporting on its SDGs. You have like, for example, you have New York City. So New York reports on what it's doing, because you have to take it down to that level where it can be measured. So Nigeria is a sum of its parts, which are the 36. And it's very important that the subnationals account for their performance on SDGs. So what's the solution methodology? What are we looking at? At the NGF Secretariat, we have brainstormed, and we're thinking about how we can have a more transparent, a more credible and reliable approach to tracking and monitoring these things. Yes, there are 17 goals, there are 162 indicators, targets rather, and then there's many indicators, as I mentioned yesterday. So our approach basically is to build subnational data, to make the subnationals responsible for their data, and by mapping each goal with an MDA. The earlier slide, I talked about what you don't know, you can't measure. There has to be a lot of sensitization, a lot of knowledge, capacity building within the subnational, within the states, to know what are these SDGs. So yes, they have fancy colors, but what do these goals represent? You have to educate the MDAs. So I'm talking about state specific now. They are responsible MDAs, that have been, we within the Secretariat have identified as custodians of the targets and indicators. So you build capacity within the MDA to track and target these indicators. This can be done through sensitization workshops, collation of data over a period. For some states, if you look at the data that's out there, thanks to the UNICEF and some other World UN bodies, we have data on Lagos, we have data on Kano, but then you don't have data on some states. And then if you go to the global dashboard of these things, you see that Nigeria is not accurately given, is not represented properly. It would be if we have proper data across the 36. So there's a statistics, which I can't recall now, how we performed on a certain indicator, on a certain goal. And, they said Nigeria was a certain figure. I believe we could have done much better if we had participation from the rest. So what does this entail? You have to, build data from ground zero, where it does not exist, start from somewhere, own your own data, and then year on year, as we approach 2030, you improve on it. So you compare and improve. So it's a validation system, and then you can adequately report. So I did mention that I would zero in on Bauchi State because they are sponsors of this event or partners of this event. So I'll just run through the 17 and show you what the MDAs, from within the NGF Secretariat we have identified are responsible for these data. So for Goal 1, no poverty, we believe that the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Cooperatives and the Ministry of Education are the custodians of this data. Now, a lot of work needs to go on. I'm just speaking high level, right? So, but when you go down into the goal, there's the indicator, there's the target. You have to educate them that these are the certain things we're looking for and how they are going to be measured. For Goal 2, which is Zero Hunger, Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources, likewise the Ministry of Health. For Goal 3, Good Health and Well-being, Ministry of Agriculture, Natural Resources, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Social, Youth and Sports, the Bauchi State Sports Council would also contribute to this data. For quality education, we have the State Sports Council, Ministry of Information, Tourism and Culture, Ministry of Education being the lead. For gender equality, we have the Ministry of Social, Youth and Sports, Ministry of Education. These MDAs within the state are custodians of this information. Clean water and sanitation, Ministry of Environment and Solid Minerals, the Bauchi State Environmental Protection Agency are the go-to MDAs. Affordable and clean energy, goal 7, Ministry of Commerce, Industries and Cooperatives, Works, Land and Housing, Environment and Solid Minerals, Environment Protection Agency, likewise the State Urban Development Board. For decent work, goal 8, and economic growth, which is the theme for this year, which is citizen participation on economic growth and how to drive more partnership for the goals. These are the go-to MDAs. I've mentioned a couple of them before. New here are the Civil Service Commission and the Office of the Auditor General of Local Government Services. Industry and Innovation, goal 9, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Works, Urban Development Board, the State Transport Corporation, and the Office of the Auditor General. Goal 10, Ministry of Social, Youth and Sports, Bauchi State Sports Council, and the Ministry of Education. Goal 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. You also have the State Urban Development Board, Ministry of Justice. For goal 12, Responsible Consumption and Production, Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Cooperatives, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Works, Lands and Housing, the Environmental and Solid Minerals Ministry, Environmental Protection Agency, and the State Treasury Department. Goal 13, Climate Change, Climate Action, Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources, Works, Land and Housing, Environment and Solid Minerals, Environmental Protection Agency, Urban Development Board, and the Local Government Services. Goal 14, Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources, Ministry of Works, Ministry of Environment and Solid Minerals, likewise the EPA. Life on Land, goal 15, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Environment and Solid Minerals, and the EPA. Peace, Justice, and Strong Institution, goal 16, we have the Ministry of Education and the Local Government Service Commission. And Partnership for Goals, which involves everyone, local government and chieftaincy affairs, likewise the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development. Now, we have done this exercise for the 36 states. We've mapped the SDGs to the MDAs, and then the next step is to do the sensitization, capacity building within the MDAs to let them know what the indicators are, what the targets are, and how they can begin to report. We hope to, together with United Nations organizations, to set up a SDG tracker where this process will be seamless, will be automated, and where data can be called upon to report on each subnational. So what are the next steps? I did start by saying what you don't know, you can measure. But now, if you want to achieve these goals, what you know, you can measure, and what you can measure, you can improve upon. This will entail collation and validation of data over a period of time. Now, you might not get it right at the first instance, just like every other science out there, but once you're committed to the goals and you continue to report on them year on year, you improve. So how can you report a subnational SDG performance in a way that is credible and reliable? I'll pause here for questions after this slide, and then I'll wrap this presentation up. Because the focus of this program today is on economic growth and how to drive more partnership for the goals, I focused on goal 8. Now, this is not about Bauchi State, this is about all the subnationals. There is a system out there called the Nigeria Data Portal, which had tried to do this at some point. You can see the target MDAs listed there. Okay, you can't see that. Okay, you can see we have Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and all that as I listed. And these guys have done some certain reportage on the SDGs, but you can see that it's from the red circle up there. I don't know if you can see. This data was published in 2016. So you see it's like 7 years behind time to date. And there on that site, it says the expected next release is 15 May 2017, which you can see is 6 years behind. So if we need a central database that is reliable, that is credible, that is up to date, and it will require everyone to put hands together to make it work. And that's what the NGF Secretariat, I have my colleague here, Mr. Abdurazak Are. Can you recognize yourself? He's working with me and the rest of the team at the office to work with the subnationals to let them know that this is what's required of them. Most of the newly elected and the returning governors is within this tenure that the SDGs will be completed. If they do a maximum of 8 years, any governor that was elected today will be wrapping up his tenure during the expiration of the SDGs, apart from climate change and others that have longer targets to 2050. So it's something that is a front burner issue, it's a topical issue at the Governors Forum, and we believe that you are partnering with us to work with us to make sure we have this data, and to any organization that's in the room, the NGF is also here to partner with you to make this a reality. So I want to thank you all for listening, and I'll take any questions if there are any. Any questions, please? All right, in the absence of any question, thank you for your time. Okay, you have a question, right?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Dr. Omar Adam, a lecturer with Nile University of Nigeria. I have a question and a comment. So regarding the data collection, it's a tedious process. It's something we've been battling with. I have a team of students that have been working on climate action that has to do with data, but finding data, it's a major problem. So I wanted to find out, do you have a particular organization unit under your agency that is tasked to collect data? If yes, what is the process? And is it going to be an open source data set or a closed data set? Then the second one is comment regarding the data pipeline. If there is any support you need, I have a team of students working day and night to see that we contribute our quota when it comes to climate change and other related issue. I'm a software developer, and I guess I'll be talking about our recommendation engine soon. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, there's a question at the back.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, standing on the existing protocols, I have 2 questions to ask. So first of all, I would like to know when the request for this data collection started, sir. And 2, during my service here in Akwa Ibom State, I was the head of the SDG unit of my CDS group. Sir, all the data that were collected by then, when we go to do, so, like for example, gender equality, we are going to schools then to preach about the Girl Child Act, and also lady segregation, and the male child issues that we're having, that when a family has a female child, the child is not worthy because he's not a male child. We're having programs like that, but sorry to say this, we didn't have any support from any of the local governments we applied for aid. So I would like to know when this request for a data collection started. And I also want to make a suggestion, because if you're looking for ground soldiers to help you get this data collection, the corpers who are serving, that are members of the SDG group, should be the paramount people who should be your foot soldiers to get this data, to assist the government to get the data they're looking for. Because it's assumed that when we are serving, most of us, we just do people in FRSC, people in SDG, people in Pet Club. At the end of the service here, we just go our separate ways. The certificate I had for my SDG, I don't even know the use of it. When I came here this morning, I saw this, I was like, wow, look at this thing I was a member of in Akwa Ibom in 2019. So many of the corpers that worked in these various CDS need to be incorporated into whatever platform the government has. So doing, you have people who have the know-how and the background education to help you collect this data. And like our brother over there says, has a website, the corpers can have access to this website and they can upload whatever data they collect from there. And so doing, you can get a credible result, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have more questions.
Yes, there are questions.
Yes. the mind is being unlocked.
Thank you. My name is Hassan Aliyu Karofi. I'm a development worker. I specialize in communication and partnerships. Although accountability is not part of the 17 SDGs, we all know one of the greatest challenge third world countries, as well as Nigeria is of course part of, are facing is, that the SDGs are facing, is lack of accountability. Because our, especially the Nigerian Governors Forum, I just want to ask, what is the Nigerian Governors Forum doing in terms of ensuring accountability so that we will be able to achieve the 17 SDGs? Because we all know without accountability, there's no way Nigeria can attain the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Ehizo J. Momo. I'm a reporter presenter with Africa Independent Television. When you were giving your slides, I was listening with rapt attention because I was looking out for new information, especially with regards to Bauchi. I was expecting you to give me data with regards what probably they had achieved with the 17 goals, but I only observed you were telling us about what ministry needs to do what, or what ministry needs to be responsible. So I'm asking the question, what is the Governors Forum doing with regards getting this data directly from whoever is responsible at the ministry to say, what have you done with regards to this SDG, so that when you come for events like this, you can actually tell me this is what Bauchi has done in this or that? Or do you also have a challenge getting this data from the people who are responsible from the states?
Okay, I think we'll just take one more.
Okay, I'm done. Good morning once again, sir.
Yeah.
I am Fullerton. And then with regards to what my brother said, SDGs within the copper cycle, I'm a copper currently serving in Kano State. And then I'm the president of SDGs in Kano State. But then upon integration and other stuff, I realized there's a problem. Even the structure of SDGs as copper, I think it has been dumped for a while, due to the fact that even some schedule officers might not necessarily understand what the SDGs are doing. Really, they are not being really trained or know what is the SDGs has been doing over a while. And you see that you just have one meeting in a month, and you take another 3 months or 4 months before you have another meeting, which is actually bringing a lot of problem. Coppers are just taking the SDGs CDS as just a scam. You just come and see, you just sign your CDS card and just go. That's literally what they have been doing over a while. So it's just now that they are trying to revive this stuff. But then the schedule officer is trying to give some, which is due to the maybe understanding of the context of the SDGs. So if I'll plead, if your system has a plan to restructure or look at the frame entirely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's it. I'll just take the questions one by one. I'll hold your mic, please. To the gentleman there, well, let me just give some context. The SDG desk at the Nigeria Governors Forum is relatively new. It was birthed from the UNGA meeting in 2019, where some of the governors went there and they tabled some of the challenges they had, desertification, deforestation and all that. So they came back and said the Secretariat needs to be equipped with a team that can help on these issues. Progress has been a little bit slow because of the technicality of how SDGs are being structured in the country. So I'm partly answering the corpus question there. The SDGs right now are being centered at the federal level. They're being administered from the Office of the Presidency. I think the representative from OSAP was here yesterday, and they are the gateway for Nigeria to the world on SDG reportage. But the thing is that I don't see the progress over the years, and I think we have to reinvent the wheel as we approach 2030, and that's why we came up with this idea that we work with them to make sure the subnationals are properly accounted for. So that's the context of any answer I'll give now. For the first chap, he talked about he has an open source system, and yes, by the time this is done, it will be an open source system where the state representative can access the information to validate. I did talk about collation and validation, so we will not publish anything that is not validated by the state, right? So it's going to be open source. And then the second question you raised was about having a team support. You know, we are open to collaboration. You know, there's no point reinventing the wheel in this case. If anybody has done it before, we need to work with the person to make sure we cross that finish line. 2030 is just 7 years from now, you know, and the truth is that since this thing started, Nigeria has not done very well, to be honest, you know, and the approach we have used so far, which the copper also mentioned that they gather for CDS and they don't really know what's going on. They just see it as a box-ticking activity. I'm sure even in this room, if I should randomly ask, and I don't want to embarrass anyone, do we really know what the SDGs are? Do you know the 162 targets? Do you know the indicators? Do you know how to measure these things? It's not enough to just say, oh, I built one primary healthcare center, I did one borehole here to take care of SDG 5, or I'm sending this person to school, SDG 4. How do you measure? I started out by saying what you don't know, you can't measure. You need to understand what is expected of you, and that's why there has to be a very robust training on what this is about. To be honest, the route we're going is not working. The second question was from someone around there, where he said, I think Hassan Ali, somewhere around there, he talks about what is the NGF doing about accountability for the SDGs. So I've given the background context. The OSAP are the gatekeepers of this thing, but we've started working with them actually. They had some workshop in, I think it was July last year, on the conditional grant scheme, where the states are supposed to provide some counterpart funding, and then the federal government will provide the matching fund. But even in the administration of that, I got to find out that some states, not all states, have benefited from that scheme. So we have to reevaluate the approach to make it more transparent and also equitable across the states. So that's what we're doing. We're working with them to achieve that. Somebody else raised a question is, when did the request for the data start? I think it was the gentleman there. You know, I did say it was in 2019. The governors went to the United Nations General Assembly, and on the sidelines, they had this event of climate change where they agreed that they need to come back and address this thing head on. So the desk in the NGF Secretariat started, you know, we've been doing fact-finding to assess what the situation is on ground. So to be fair, my colleague is here, I think we started this thing last year, if I'm correct. Yes, just the scoping of what is, you know, required for each state. I just tried to, we have a 600-page slide, you know, which has all the MDAs for, you know, the SDGs. I just extracted this for Bauchi because, and then he asked about, he would have loved to see what Bauchi has done. There was very limited time. I did open by saying this whole week we've been doing our induction program. So I didn't want to go into deep dive. Those things are public information which can be found at the OSAP's website if they exist. The next question was about the learning, I think, at the CDS. The problem about this thing, what you don't know, you can't measure. We have been, so far on the SDGs, we've been having fragmented learning, where in symposiums like this, we talk about SDGs and how we need to end hunger, how we need to send girls to school, how we have to reduce the inequality gap, how we can improve infrastructure, goal 8. But then, if you don't know the whole requirements, how do you take it forward? There's a practice in the Nigeria Civil Service where they rotate people, and that's one of the recommendations that we have on the table. You know, they move people from one MDA to another ministry to another ministry. If you've invested so much in someone and you've built capacity in a certain area, and the person is now becoming a subject matter expert in the theme, for example, the SDGs, then it's counterintuitive if you reassign that person to another ministry, you know, and then he starts from ground zero. So you're creating vacuums. A lot of the learning on SDG so far has been in silos, in pockets of symposia like this, you know, but then we need to come together and say, okay, what have we really learned? And then how can we measure? then when we start measuring, how can we improve? How can we report accurately? I think the last question was on sustainability. How can we sustain this? The SDG desk at the NGF Secretariat is here to stay. You know, the NGF has many departments, and we're open. You know, I'm happy to be here because this is a university, and the brightest minds come from here. Through the organizers, you can reach out to me for career development, you know, to even work with us with the knowledge you have developed over the years, even in this, you know, so there's opportunity for placements. You know, yes, we do not advertise like that, but then conditions can be made for, you know, for exceptions, you know, for things like that. So yes, we need help. Nigeria needs help to achieve these goals, and together we can achieve these 17 goals and put Nigeria on a good standing on the global stage. Thank you very much for having me here, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you for executing that so very expertly. Please, once again, please put your hands together for him. Thank you, sir. And please send our greetings to the Governors Forum. Tell them that we are looking forward to see the newly inducted members and working with them. So next up, we're just going to lighten things up a little bit. Yesterday, we had a poet, and today we have another. To do a poetry performance, I'd like to invite forward Mahmoud Shaho. Please put your hands together for him. Mahmoud. Is he here? Okay, he is. Okay.
Am I free to speak here? Am I permitted to express my mind here? Does freedom of speech exist here? Does my words have limitations here? Can I proceed with the poetic expressions here? Can I have some time of yours here to touch some lives here and to prepare your minds here? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mahmoud Shahu, and I am here to perform a spoken word poetry with the title Ignition of Action. And before I go, there's something, if you are attending a poetry evenings or performances, there's something we do in order not to confuse the person that is performing. Instead of clapping whenever you have something that is, giving you joy, you just need to do something like this. But clapping and shouting will make the person performing get confused and maybe lose along the way sometimes. Yeah. Okay, so.
Mahmoud, before you begin, let's practice it. Okay? Can we practice?
Yeah.
So if you want to applaud him, do that. You can do it with more than one hand if you like. This is how to applaud a poet. Okay? This is how you applaud a poet, someone who needs concentration to perform. Okay, so even when you want to do it with energy. Thank you.
Okay,
all right.
So
you may proceed.
Here goes the poem. In a world longing for change, we gather as one to face the challenges, the battles not yet won. With a fierce determination, our spirits aligned. We rise together, a force that cannot be confined. SDGs, our compass, the navigator, our guiding lights. A vision for a future shining ever so bright, but time slips away like a sand through our hands. Goal 1. Poverty's foe, we shall defeat, for no child should suffer, no one left in the streets. Let's raise our voices, eradicate this plight through empowerment and justice. We will make it right. Goal 2, hunger's chains, we will shatter apart, nourishing the world's every beating heart, from fertile lands to resilient farms. Let's ensure no one succumbs to hunger's harms. We are transparent because we care. Education, the key to unlock every mind. Goal 4 calls us forth. knowledge to find, building schools, empowering the youth, education for all, fundamental truth because we care. The gender equality, goal 5 demands the dismantling of barriers in all lands. Women and girls, let their voices be heard. For a world that's fair, where they are equal and undisturbed. Climate action, goal 13's fairy call to heal our planet. Together, we must install renewable energies, sustainable solutions, preserving Earth's beauty for future generations. Clean water, sanitation, goal 6 in our sight. A basic human right, we must unite. No more lives lost to polluted streams. Let's quench the world's thirst, fulfill their dreams. Peace and justice, goal 16 and 17, inclusion and partnership. Our foundation pristine. Let's foster peace, end conflicts. At hand, collaboration and justice. Let them span the land. Now, my friends, the call to action rings, a chorus of hope, the urgency it brings. Let's unite our strength, amplify our voices for the world we envision, where all can rejoice. Governments, NGOs, citizens near and far, to shape a world where dreams no longer dock. The SDGs global action, our collective core. Let's rise as one and achieve so much more. So let's make a pledge. Let's seize this opportunity. The moment of our action speaks. Legacy we will leave. For the future we seek, together we'll trump. 2030 in our sights. A world transformed, birth in eternal light. Education, advocation, collaboration, communication, innovation, advertisation, installation, and salutations to all types of adoration and proclamations. With might to empower communities, let's march forward, leaving no trace. And in a few moments, let's make the world a better place. And in a few moments, let's change the narrative. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you, Mahmoud.
Thank you.
Mahmoud, you came with your whole fan club. Please once again put your hands together for him. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to be calling on Lyle. As you guys have seen, we have been timing them. They've been keeping to time. I love it. Please put your hands together for all the speakers who have come up. Everybody has been accurate and on point, and I love it. Next up, we have SDGs 16 policies and public service, the town and gown towards more vital institutions. By the way, I love the term town and gown. I remember when I was at the University of Lagos studying theater arts, we had to do a few things where the town and gown will come together, and they will exchange ideas. Town and gown being the technocrats, the guys who practice, and the educators. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're calling forward it's the Commissioner for Education, Bauchi State, Jamilia Dahiru. Please put your hands together for her. Welcome, Honorable Commissioner. She was such a delight yesterday. Welcome back. Also, the Executive Director, PPDC, Mr. Jubril Shitu. Please put your hands together for him. And the SA to Bauchi State Governor on Empowerment, Khalid Barahu. I hope I said that correctly. I hope I sincerely and to be moderating the discussion, we would like to call on Mr. Ode. Please put your hands together for him. Okay, yes. And, okay. Yes. The Executive Director, Women in Management, Business and Public Service, Wimbiz, Lagos, Hansatu Adegbite. Please put your hands together for her. She comes forward. Definitely, ma'am. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so we have about 35 minutes to put this together. Mr. Ode, I leave this in your... Where is he? Mr. Ode? Because he had the mic, so I assumed he was... How are you, sir? I'll let you have this microphone, and then the speakers can share that one.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ode. I work with the Accountability Lab. Thank you very much for inviting me over to this event. I'm quite excited. I think this is the second time I'm on this stage. Good to be back here. I was thinking if I'll send my daughter back to this university when she grows up. But yes, I want to commend the management of the school so far with the work done and the students in this hall as well. We don't take this event for granted, and thanks to the organizers as well for bringing us to this stage. I'll try my best to moderate this session. Just quickly, before I give a brief introduction of what this is going to be about, I would like us to just take about a minute to introduce ourselves to the audience.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Ode. This is my first time at NIU University, and I must say they are doing a wonderful job here, so thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you. My name is Jubril Shitu. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Public-Private Development Center, an organization that has been there for 20 years. We started in 2003 as an organization focused on citizens' engagement towards public service delivery, because we believe that an engaged citizenry will result in the most transparent and accountable government possible. So our work is in the area of procurement monitoring. We also look at digital governance and inclusion, and we are also looking at gender as well. And we also have access to justice as one of our program areas. So thank you very much for inviting us to this particular panel. Thank you.
Good morning. Once again, thank you for having me on the stage. My name is Jamila Mohammed Dahir. Yesterday I introduced myself. For those of you that were not here yesterday, I'm the Commissioner of Education, Bauchi State, a member of the State Executive Council, which means what we do is doing an oversight function at the ministry, managing the education sector of the entire state. At the Executive Council, we pass the laws, the policies, the programs, initiatives of the state to ensure service delivery. I am also a proud mentee of His Excellency Senator Bala Abdelgadir Mohammed. So it is safe to say that I am both a technocrat and a politician. Thank you.
So good morning, everybody. My name is Hansatu Adegbite. I serve as the Executive Director of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, Wimbiz. Wimbiz is the leading women's professional and business organization in Nigeria. We're about 22 years old now. We have produced so many leaders. In fact, it is because of the work that Wimbiz does that you can even see that some of our women now are commissioners, because 22 years ago, when Wimbiz started by our founders, there was a very high, or should I say low, representation of women in leadership positions. So Wimbiz exists to see more women in leadership positions in business, in the corporate space, and in the public sector space. And even though the progress has been slow, we can speak about some of our successes, and you can also see it in the financial services with all the chairmen of banks and CEOs of banks. They are an indirect and direct result of the work that we do. Thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Khalid Baroningi. I am the Senior Special Assistant on Empowerment to the Executive Governor of Bauchi State, Senator Bala Abdulkadir Mohammed, the architect of the Gaura Economic and Empowerment Program, a program born out of the passion of His Excellency to support young men and women across the state. And we have successfully delivered that mandate and empowered more than 50,000 young men and women across the state. Some with startup capital, some with startup kits, and we are looking forward to do more, inshallah. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Well, welcome once again. Just to look back at SDG 16 and why we need to look back to the topic on politics and public service, the town and gown towards more vital institutions. If you link this back to SDG 16, it talks about building strong institutions for SDG 16. And some of the arguments we've had over the years is the whole SDG goals, maybe 1 to 14, rest on SDG 16 and basically SDG 17, which talks about partnerships. That's an argument for another day, but some other school of thought believes all the whole SDG are intertwined at some point, well connected together. But let's base this conversation on vital institutions and link that to strong institutions. So what we've seen in the Nigerian context looks closely at strong or weak institutions to say. I'm sure this is working. It's working. Okay. So what we've seen in Nigerian context is, use this one. Sorry, I think it's going off. Maybe the battery. So what we've seen in the Nigerian context looks at weak institutions from our educational system to our health systems to government agencies generally. But I just want us to take a look at what the town and gowns are, generally from this conversation, to help young people in the room. Most of the times when we have conversations, we speak plenty grammar, technical jargons as we call that. But permit me to start with you, Jamila, if you don't mind. Maybe you want to share like a brief introduction of what this means to you.
The town and gown. And I think I'm much more interested in this panel discussion because of the topic. This means bringing together experiences from those that drive the process. Why did I say drive the process? Because it involves two parties. The people that maybe come up with ideas because of their experience. You can find them in the academic institutions, talking about universities, for instance, talking about research institutes, etc., etc. These are people that are believed to have done probably research in that area, probably initiate programs, initiatives. It can be innovation or whatever. Because of their experience, they are able to say one or two things about the advantages or disadvantages of that issue that is being tabled on a stage, for instance, here. And then you have the other part, which is, and that's what we mean by the gown. So talking about the gown women, people with experience because of their educational level, because of their experience in working in that aspect. And so we believe they are the custodian of knowledge of that issue at stake. And then we talk about the town. The town are the people that must have been involved in the process. They have the first-hand information about that initiative, whether it has worked or it did not. And this might be someone as simple as a community leader. It can be someone as simple as a social activist who probably was part of the initiative and have empowered people through sensitization, education, etc., so that people will know about it and must have been involved in the process. And so he or she has a first-hand information about that particular idea or issue. So they are brought together to discuss from the experience side of it, And then from the practical application side of it, whether that has worked or it did not, and what does that mean for an ordinary person to understand and probably take advantage or seize advantage of that. That's in my own simple definition of the town and gown. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll try to do this in our time frame. We have 35 minutes, right? Or more? If we can be only 30.
So we can wiggle another 5.
Because it's good to also build knowledge around this conversation and help us understand. I heard Jamila had mentioned the drivers of the process, the people that come up with ideas, research on issues to provide solutions, which for me, I find that quite interesting. And looking back at the nexus between politics and public service, as the case may be. We just concluded the 2023 elections, and I think last week or this current week, there was a training for National Assembly members or governors somewhere to help them understand their roles in service. But I find it quite interesting to see like public service in general is one thing that we talk about service delivery that builds trust. And looking at this conversation on what this means for innovation, I just want to ask Khalid, right? Yeah. Just what are your thoughts around these issues in creating solutions for our society? I hear Jamila talked about the people involved in the process and how things have worked or not worked and how they're able to provide feedback in some of these instances. Where does innovation come in the terms of public service and politics?
Well, thank you for having me once again. Well, I think the main bond of contention here is public service and politics are one and the same thing in the other way around. Looking at the, nature of how it is, because it's all about service. Once you are joining politics, you should know that you are going in there to serve people and maybe make a difference, especially looking at, the situation we found ourselves in Nigeria. We always talk about rising in poverty, rising in hunger, insecurity, a lot of issues, that are mitigating our own development. So by the time you are joining in, you should know that you are going in there to serve, not to make money as some people might perceive. So in the public service, you have to know that joining the two, the public service and the politics at the same time are also together. Because the public service, maybe you might be a civil servant, or maybe you're working with a private sector, or maybe you're working with development partners. And that requires, absolute and total responsive to issues. Because if you are deviating from the main aspect of what you are meant for, then you're totally going out of the way. But by the time you match the two together, you understand, service to building capacity, and the public service and the politics, and all together, that will give you the main idea of what you are there for. But I want to believe that as it is now at the 21st century, things are changing. We are moving to the delivery of service and looking at the politics. People are now understanding that they are going in there to serve people, to make a difference and change the narratives. Just like I said during my introduction, I was appointed into this position, and I feel I'm a trained teacher from the university, but a practicing politician. But I understand that I should go in there to serve and make a difference, and to change the narratives and make my own peers understand that we also have a role to play in changing the narratives and changing our own society. So I went in there to serve, and I have that in mind, and today I'm a proud politician looking at what we have done in my own position and in my own office, supporting people and make them understand that you have your own role to play, not just as a politician, but as a citizen. You also have your own contribution in developing your own society. I think that is precisely what I understand about it.
Thank you very much. Khalid says he's a proud politician. I'm quite intrigued, and I like the fact that he's also working towards changing the narrative. But here's the trick. I'm tempted to ask a question, do you trust politicians? No, it's a good question, basically. So if you have looked at the Nigerian political system over the years, these are some of the conversations that has happened. Public service and politics are the same thing is one of the things you said, because you also put that down in terms of service delivery. But if you look at the gown and look at the town, they have different arguments on those conversations when it comes to what they believe or what they see in the public service and how they are being served. But however, accountability is very key to this conversation in building a vital institution. And also that leads to building trust. I'm going to go back to my friend and brother, Jibri. What your thoughts are around these issues when it comes to building strong institutions? Key for SDG 16 is building strong institutions, and that lies in the foundation of accountability, transparency. What have you seen in these terms around these issues?
Thank you very much. Yeah, your friend would always throw you the toughest questions. But I just to start, I think, you know, when we talk about the town and the gown, to start with, we often assume that these are distinct concepts rather than integrated, in the sense that your understanding of the development in a particular area or body of knowledge would really help inform your decisions. So your gown meets the town, and then your awareness about the issues you encounter as a practitioner also informs the body of knowledge. So the town also meets the gown. So these are two areas that need to be integrated. And I say this because when we look at the academic institutions, it's been for a long time far, taken apart from the realities of our politics and decision making. And that is why initiatives such as building or strengthening what you call institutions of research or special institutions. For instance, when we talk about procurement, now we are having specialized institutions. When we talk about policy and governance, Ibadan has one. You have the School of Politics and Good Governance, which is now bringing together those that are practitioners to come into the institutions of learning and research. The NESG, for instance, that's the Economic Summit Group, it now has its own School of Policy and Innovation, where the practitioners in business, in politics, are coming together to look at how to rework some of these concepts. And this is very important, because when we look at politics, who is a politician? What is politics? The allocation of resources at its basic definition as to who gets what, how, and when. And that's the basics of a politician, irrespective of the politician's background. Once you are elected as a politician, you have a responsibility towards your constituency to allocate the resources. But for the resources to be allocated, it then requires the instrumentalization of the public service. And the question really is the public service the delivery, or is it the institution? And how we answer this reflects on us as a society. Because if we look at it as an institution, then we say, oh, who is a public servant? Is it the average person who works in the civil service, either at the federal or at the state level, who works in the primary health care center, or if we look at it as a delivery, then we look at it as you and I, as a citizen, being involved in that decision of the allocation of resources as to who gets what, how, and when. Which means, as a citizen, we are tying not just our politicians and the public servants, to public service delivery, but we are tying also our involvement. And which is why at PPDC, what we emphasize is that the most transparent and accountable government is only made possible to the extent that citizens are involved. So for instance, when you look at the various institutions which exist, our dear politicians, and it's good to see a proud politician, because there's often the assumption, and even from some of us that are in civil society, that everyone who gets into government or politics is on the bad side. Not necessarily so. But do we trust ourselves as citizens to be able to hold the people who we elect into power accountable, and to ensure that the allocation of resources or the decisions that are being taken on our behalf and the modalities for the implementation are in a way that we want it to be? So it goes beyond, for instance, electing the public officials, looking at the budgets which are being passed. It goes into looking at the modality for implementation. And I'll use an example. Just now, to these individuals so that they can use those resources to their benefit. So these are some of the dynamics which we as citizens. Thank you. These are some of the dynamics which we as citizens, we need to ensure we are engaging in. Because we've seen that the process itself of either electing the officials into power might be flawed. The process of demanding accountability, just as you see, the recent arguments back and forth between a particular governor and the anti-corruption agency, itself, the process of ensuring anti-corruption and ensuring strong institutions itself might be flawed. But one thing remains sacrosanct, which is the engagement of citizens. And when citizens speak collectively with one voice, where the town now meets the gown is to look at how we as citizens can continue to reflect on our experiences in ensuring that public service delivery is accountable. So these are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for ending on that note. My next, before I come to answer I like the fact that you talked about how we end on public service delivery majorly when the town meets the gown. That conversation needs to be continuous. It needs to happen effectively as well. That was the first thing I noted. To ensure good governance and service delivery, the gown has to meet the town and regularly, as vice versa as well, to ensure citizens' engagement. But however, there are challenges faced by the towns and gowns. in different instances, I would like to also put back to us the issue, or the practical issue on getting a driver's license, otherwise, or getting an international passport is not as regular as everybody thinks it is. That you walk into these places and you get these things as is documented. So sometimes for a couple of people or citizens, it's very difficult to trust the process of service delivery. But how do we ensure that we are all accountable in the process and demanding that accountability to ensure it serves us effectively? We know there are policies that exist in this context. One of the things I wrote as well is the persons with disabilities are one community in Nigeria that we're not even sure if they are being they are targeted, but how does it even work for them? We need to also have their voices heard. But my questions will go to Hansatu to talk more around what strategies can we employ in building trust and confidence in these vital institutions or strong institutions as it relates to service delivery, considering this current climate of skepticism and disengagement of citizens, because we want that conversation to be continuous. We want that feedback to happen across board when we access service delivery.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I think I want to make it relevant to the community in the room here. Every single one of us here, we're tired of one thing or the other. Half of you sitting here, I don't even know whether you are getting ready to japa. And the reason you are doing that is because you feel the system or the environment is not serving your needs. So you would rather go to an environment, do something that may not even be at par with what you would have gotten here, but at least you are in a system that works. And so the question now is around accountability. And holding, not just holding the government or the private sector accountable, but also holding ourselves accountable. The second thing is that I want to also make sure I chip in, because I'm a gender advocate, so I have to touch on gender and inclusivity, because it is part of the number one problem that is even pushing us and driving us deeper into poverty. What we don't realize is that gender inequality has a price that we are paying globally, and it stands at $7 trillion every year. That is what the world is losing to inequality. And when you ask, how are we losing that kind of amount? We start with our own environment. We all know that between gender biases, religion, culture, tradition, there are a lot of things that push a certain gender in the background. But then when you look at the contributions that they can make, if they're a part of the system, it is huge. And I'll just give a very simple example. We do have a lot of women that are not privileged to go out based on maybe marriage or certain culture. Now, when they want to give birth, for example, the preference for the people that should birth their babies would definitely be women. So what happens when you're not even educating the women? It means that you are getting less women that are doctors or serving as gynecologists, and so you are now at the mercy of even And why I am speaking to this generation here is that it is you people that will cause some of the changes that need to be made. It starts with one person. The question I have for you is that everybody is shouting Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala leading the World Trade Organization. Where would she be if her father did not support education, and her own husband did not support education. But now, as Nigerians, we're proud to say we have representation in the World Trade Center. So it starts with us. We need to first encourage. I mean, if you sit in a community and see any kind of inequality and any kind of oppression, you should speak up. You should be the voice in your family, in your community, in your state, or whatever environment you are in to say, this is not right. And you use certain data to prove this. Because any economy in this world, any nation, any organization that does not prioritize gender and equality and inclusivity is a poorer in terms of wealth and a less healthy nation. Go and check the statistics anywhere in the world. So the first strategy we must prioritize is education. I will say the second one is policy. The importance of policy is that when you put a policy in place, we are obligated to move by that policy. And I'll give you a very simple example. Yesterday, they launched the National Women Economic Empowerment Policy. Our current Minister of Women Affairs, Paul Intalen, and it had gone through a 2-year process with a lot of support from the World Bank and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And obviously, it's because of and the United Nations Women. It is because of the international community that was able to be pushed to where it is. But I want to give you an example of why policy is very important. About 8 years ago, or almost 10 years ago, His Royal Highness Sanusi Lamido Sanusi was the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. And at that time, we invited him, that is WIMBIS as an organization, invited him for an annual lecture and gave him a topic, women on corporate boards in Nigeria, to come and speak on. Of course, when he was preparing his research paper, he now realized that the statistics of women on boards was very low. And when he came into that hall, of course, by the time women fired him with so many questions and all the things that he did, by the time he went back to the Central Bank of Nigeria, he put in policy with the Bankers Committee, a policy that says that every financial institution in Nigeria must have 30% representation of women in their leadership positions, especially on boards and senior management level. Today, the reason today you can see that we had, first of all, 3 female chairmen of banks. And of course, it was First Bank, Guaranteed Trust Bank, and Access Bank that started. And now you have about 8 to 10 female CEOs. It's because of that policy that was put in place almost 8 years ago. Now, let me tell you the implication of that. If you look at the banking sector today, there are a lot of services, there are a lot of products that are targeted as women. Some of you know some of those products and you are benefiting from them. One of the products that is very critical is that when women want to collect loans now, they don't need a collateral. It has never happened before. But why is that in place? Because women are on the decision-making table. So they are guiding on some of the things that matter to women. Because no man, no matter how men love you, they can't speak to your issues because they don't experience it. It is a woman that carries a baby that can speak on maternal health on a decision-making table. No man can speak for a woman that is in labor, no matter how you love your wife, because you don't know the pain of that. Neither do you understand the pain of maternal death. So the second thing is that we need to get more women on the decision-making table, not because we want equality, but because we want equity. What serves half of the population? On a nation that has over 200 million men and women, and half of that is women, how can we have 100 million women and we don't have enough people speaking for them, both in the National Assembly and other strata of leadership? So that for me would be another area, policy, getting more women and people living with disabilities in the room when it comes to decision making. And that is why you will see that a lot of things are not in place, even for people living with disabilities. So I will say to you, Mr. Moderator, that I'm hoping that these students sitting here, some of you will hear your names because of the impact you are going to make in different areas that will cause this nation to be on the world map.
I don't think you should stop clapping. First of all, Hansatu has just put the responsibility on me because she says to the moderator, your name must be heard. Your name must be heard. I'm quite excited because the first thing she started with is we know the story of everybody jackpine. So your name must be heard from Nigeria, not from Canada, please. But yes, I'm quite excited again. We want a system that works. She talked about the educational sector, which needs to be very inclusive, policies which must also reflect women on the decision-making table. The change has to start with all of us. I'll just go back to Jamila, because of your role as well as the Commissioner of Education in Bauchi.
Yeah.
What, in your own context, are you doing to prevent Japa? Or what can you recommend to everybody in this room as a specialist in the educational sector to tell us? These are your strategies to strengthen, for us to also give feedback in service delivery, because what we have seen in recent times is also that feedback system doesn't necessarily exist. In places where they exist, they are non-functional. But in your own role, how can we be more creative around these feedbacks that can also create an improvement in the system and make institutions more strong and vital?
Okay, thank you very much. So first and foremost, I want to build on what she has mentioned. Education is important. We need to educate people to even understand the issues at stake, to even understand the need for us to be inclusive, be it gender, be it people living with, decide we should not call them living with disability, people with special needs, and so on and so forth. And then we need the policy. And the fact that we need more of this kind of people on decision-making table. And that everything starts with us. And so I will start with the last one, which is everything starting with us. I understand that for me to play my part as a Commissioner of Education in Bauchi State, I need to also play my role as a mother, as a public servant, also as a politician, because I would want my governor to achieve his mandate, you know. So it is looking at the policies. For us in Bauchi State, I will give an insight. We conducted a review of the existing policies in the education sector, for instance, and we understand that there are a lot of policies that we're missing, and we need to bring that on board. It is important for us to be guided. It is not just for us to start and make decisions without making it being institutionalized. Without policies, they are just personal decisions you make, and it is not binding, like my governor would say. And so you need to strengthen the system. For you to strengthen the system, you need to bring in reforms. Policies would need to be in place. And we have initiated a review of important policies: gender in education policies, child protection policy, school safety policy, for instance, ICT policy, where we will ensure that each and every person in the state is equipped with the minimum of ICT knowledge to be able to meet up with the global challenge, you know. And then talk about the social protection policy, which speaks directly to people with special needs, the women, gender, you know, the overall part of the vulnerable people in our state. This is in a way to ensure that we are strengthening the system, that there is something to fall back to look at and ensure that it is guiding our process. And then I will talk about bringing people on the decision table. I will cite an example with my governor. Part of his decision is to ensure that there is women inclusion in the governance. And I'm one of the things we will show. Being young, also a woman, I will tell you, in his cabinet today we have 7 women commissioners. And that is more than 36% of the women gender in the executive council. So it means women bringing issues about women on the table of the highest table of decision making in the state, and managing ministries, departments, and agencies. And therefore, we are very, very careful to make sure that we are not only bringing issues that concerns us, but issues that will reflect in the society to improve us as women, to improve our children, which can be both gender, also issues surrounding the society in general, talking about the special needs people. And this is also in a way to strengthen the system. Because I believe when you have people making decisions by using their experience and their uniqueness as women, as mothers, etc., it means them bringing issues that will reflect positively on those the genders that they are representing, or the people that they're representing. Apart from policy, education, I will speak about strengthening the community structures, because you want to have a reform that is sustained. If you have people believing that this thing is for us, then they will drive the process themselves. You don't even need someone to force them. In fact, they force the government. This thing has worked in Kaduna State, for instance, the introduction of OGP. I would say even before that, the governor of Kaduna State establishing a committee, sustainability, what he calls sustainability, reform sustainability technical committee, the people themselves are driving the process. You cannot stop open governance in Kaduna State today because the civil societies are actively involved. And so when people understand the need to have reforms or programs or policies, and that these reforms, policies, programs, call it whatever, is for them, they will they will push for it even harder. And so the policies, because we have to believe that sometimes these policies are there, implementation is another thing. For some of them are just there by name. You see a state practicing one policy, and then when you go down into real practice, you don't see it happening. So we need to ensure that people are the ones driving the process. And in Bauchi State, to ensure that we strengthen the community structures, we are forming accountability frameworks that includes our traditional rulers, our community leaders, etc. I believe when we involve such people in our systems, we are not only strengthening the systems, but we are ensuring sustainability of the institutions or reforms or policies that we initiate by ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamila. That was quite intense. Yeah, but I like the fact you mentioned you are playing your role as a mother, as a politician, as a public servant, all in one. In my head, I was just thinking who knows that quote where they say, when opportunity meets preparation? What happens? Success. But yeah, I'll just give the panelists one. Sorry, Jamila, I was going to say this before you, but you've already spoken. So we need to take questions from the audience. Just in 1 minute. Where the town meets the gown, or the gown meets the town. We're talking about that context of public service delivery. Because if you look at most of the indexes, Nigeria is being reflected on corruption perception index, transparency index, public integrity index, gender, and all of that. Nigeria education index as well. We have not done really well. But in your own, maybe Khalid, Jubri, and sorry. Yeah, everybody on the panel, just 1 minute. Jubri, just 1 minute, as much as possible. What will be your final or closing thoughts around this?
Thank you. Citizens' engagement, and I continue to repeat this. And if we look at the trajectory, we've moved from laws, sanctions, and now we're looking at behavior, because it's in the same Nigeria which we currently live in that people will drop their wares and someone would exchange it for money, and you wouldn't find it missing. Your money will be there for the wares or the goods in the market for which you exchanged it. So if things have changed over time, then we need to rethink the behaviors that led us here. Then secondly, empowerment, because the family remains the unit, and empowering the gender. So gender responsive procurement, for instance, because when we look at politics and the art of decision making, for you to be a politician in this current day and age, you need finance. And that comes through, being either involved in business or being involved in public service delivery contracts, etc. And by empowering women to be a part of that, we are able to bring them into the decision making and also promote an advancement of opportunities for our collective progress. Thank you.
You go, sorry, the next, you can have the mic. If you have questions, please, I think papers are being passed around. Please, can you write it down? You can raise your hand, so they'll come across to you if you have questions. Just put it on, put it in writing. Thank you.
Okay, I should say the same thing? Okay. He has said most of the things I would like to say, but I'd like to add that the town and the gown, or the town meeting the gown, or the gown meeting the town is very important towards strengthening our institutions. So just to sum it up, and I would like to just give an instance of an academic being appointed as a commissioner of education, myself, where you have public civil servants in the ministry who have the experience, talking about the directors, the permanent secretaries. And then you have someone with a political background, but then someone coming from an academic background, someone who is a civil society activist, someone who is a development worker, because I have also experience working with development partners. The practice here becomes seamless. Understanding the process, pushing for the process, opening up the space, ensuring accountability, having people in mind because you are after development becomes quite easier. So it is for me to say that for us to continue with the tempo, we need to be very practical when we are appointing people who lead in these institutions. It is not only about bringing the political side of it, because unlike my fellow panelists, I like to say that there is a thin line between a politician also and a public civil servant. So you need someone with the experience, someone that is ready to drive the process, who is not only a politician, but a politician with the know-how. And so you will have results. And if we can advocate for that, I believe we will have stronger institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think that's very important. We need to build our capacity and then identify very vast people in terms of education and experience when we're appointing people into leadership. I absolutely agree with that. I would like to add that the absence of the rule of law in Nigeria is what is destroying us. And that is why people get away with all manner of nonsense. There are certain countries that you go to, we are seeing it all over the world. It doesn't matter what position you have occupied. When the law catches up with you, the handcuffs are on and you are thrown into prison. Until we get to that stage in this nation where the rule of law is implemented irrespective of who you are, people, and the stringent, not just the rule of law, but the penalties are stringent, you will see people fall into place. So that is one. Number two, we must identify partnerships that work. The public sector cannot do it all alone. There is the public and private sector partnership, but just like he has been saying, there's a place for the citizens to also be involved in that process. We have to do it collectively, and we must have succession planning in place and begin to see that as we're breeding people, we're mentoring them, and we're preparing them to join in whatever agenda each person has. I think that is very important. The last thing I will say to every single person here is that when your name is mentioned, will it be known for blame, for shame, or for fame? It is the choice that you will make.
Well, in elaborating more on the issue of gender and trust between the government and the people, just last week, Bauchi State Governor received an award on the application of OGP in Bauchi by the Institute of the Chartered Accountant of Nigeria on accountability framework. So recognizing him with that means there is already a trust building between the government and the civil society organization, looking at how he is managing the resources of the state. On the gender issue, my governor made it clear during our last project on the Kaura Economic and Empowerment Program that beneficiaries should be shared 50-50 between the women and the men. This is to give the women a sense of belonging. And I want to tell you that there was a time when we were going into a local council elections. I was part of a meeting when the governor said that authoritatively, every local government should have a lady as a councillor representing the women in the council. So that makes him one of the most friendly gender equality governor in Nigeria. And I want to tell you that we are very, very, very much proud of him. So, Madam Hapsatu, if you want to see a gender responsive governor, please come to Bauchi State. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panelists. Strong words have come out from here. I'm also scared with the responsibility ahead of all of us. But yes, we'll keep pushing. Our job is not done because we have questions. Do we have the questions here? Okay. But please, if you don't understand anything from here, feel free to meet any of the panelists after. I think there should be a break session where we can have a chat. I hear him say OGP. Does anybody understand Open Government Partnership? So we'll just hold him tight when you are out of here.
The last question. You seem to be writing quite a lot.
We have two questions here. I don't know if we should go with both. This is not a question. This is...
No, don't worry. So we have two questions. I think there's one still traveling from Canada. What practical examples, anybody can take this, please, feel free to jump on it. What practical examples of policies that are sustainable in the field of problem solving can you mention? In the field of problem solving, in the field of problem solving, what are those practical examples of policies that are sustainable? So I will understand this as policies that solve problems in our society. What sustainable ones have we had from our experiences?
Yeah. Policies that are sustainable. I don't think there is any policy that it's not sustainable. As long as you put that and you make it a policy, it's supposed to be sustained. The fact that it is institutionalized, it means you have given it a backing. All policies, the gender in education policy that we mentioned is just to ensure that there is gender equity and that every girl child, for instance, have access to education. Probably talk about reducing the fees in schools, making sure that she has all facilities required as a girl to attend school. The school environment is safe for her, free of violence, etc., etc. This ought to be sustained. And that's why I mentioned issue of implementation. If we can implement all policies, they are quite easier to sustain. Let's talk about also probably I'm proud to say that I was part of your consultants that drafted the policy in procurement. I was the consultant for Plateau State in collaboration with Said Tafida and the rest of them. And we drafted the gender procurement policy of Plateau State. That is to say that we should be gender sensitive when it comes to issues of procurement in the state. And I see that being successful in Plateau State, where we're given access to bill of quantities, to projects for women to apply, to be able to get it, to even, the policy being the advantage given to women to be able to participate in the process seamlessly. So there is no policy that is not supposed to be sustained. The fact that it is a policy, it should be sustained. But then we will not just sit here and close our eyes and say that there are some policies, that all policies are sustained. Of course, we have these issues around policies that are not well implemented or that are even obsolete, and we need to review them, The fact that we are even talking about reviewing them means we want to sustain them. Thank you.
Thank you. So, pardon me, because of the interest, I see my guy is standing by my side, meaning we're out of time. But yes, let me just quickly jump on to the next question for, this is tough. With regards to the $800 million loan, for example, are the policy makers open to listening to ideas from members of the Office of the Citizens on more sustainable ways? I think that process is in National Assembly, yeah? They've passed it. So we are not sure if they are still open to listening to the Office of Citizens.
Yes, I would say that there were a series of consultations, including with the World Bank, where civil society, and I think some of this is in the press, the feedback was given about the loans, and also on the floor of the National Assembly, this was debated. And so there is always that opportunity to interact. But one of the challenges of interaction is that not everything gets taken into consideration. And I think it's fair sometimes, and sometimes it may not be fair. So it depends on the nature of the interactions. It depends on the dynamics of the decision that needs to be made. So there are several factors that are usually taken into consideration. But the advantage is one of the possibility of dialogue. And dialogue is always a continuum. So if it doesn't work out this time, keep the doors open and keep the conversation going, so that eventually we're able to arrive at potentially policy, which then becomes sustainable for all. Thank you.
Okay. You see, on the issue of this $800 million loan, I am totally opposing that. Yes, I have my reasons. From 1960 till date, Nigeria has been obtaining foreign loans. And what is the impact to our own economy and to our own community and society? That is the main question. We have a lot of programs, projects in banks, especially banks like Central Bank of Nigeria. They have anchor borrowers for farmers. We have Nexim Bank, Nigerian Export and Import Bank. They have projects like exportation loans and so on and so forth. We have Bank of Industry. We have Bank of Agriculture, we have Development Bank of Nigeria. All those banks gave out loans to Nigerians. And yet we are going out to obtain loan, $800 million loan, without knowing specifically what that loan is going to meant for. I'm totally opposing it. Because you are just mortgaging the lives of an unborn generation in this country. So, removing fuel subsidy and obtaining loan are one and the same thing. Because you are still adding more pain to the citizens. Because at the end of the day, you will obtain that loan and some people will sit down at the coffers of their offices and share that money and you'll never see it again. Just last week, I read on a page of a newspaper that the former Minister of Power was, arrested on a corruption scandal of 20 billion naira meant for Zungeru hydropower electric generation. Just imagine. In a country we are dreaming to have trust, to build trust between leaders and followers. I'm totally opposing it, sorry.
Thank you very much, Khalid, for making this a standpoint of this panel. We adopt this motion going forward. But yes, that's quite interesting insights. Also pushing this to the organizers of the program, we also have to let the people's voices heard. I'm not sure now the town or the gown, but let's go out and make our voices heard in coalitions, in groups, in civil societies you can participate in and engage effectively. I believe there are opportunities for you. You can meet any of us after this. There are opportunities we can probably share with you. But the last question, as brief as possible. Jamila, this is for you, but I'm going to move it from you, if you don't mind. What is the educational board? But generally, I wouldn't specify this to the educational board, just basically what is being done for creative arts around these issues. If you, sorry, 1 minute. Hansatu, if you want to help us with that. But Jamila, you can jump in as well. But yeah, last question, then we'll...
Let me allow her to start.
Okay.
Then I'll just...
All right. What is the educational board doing for creative arts? Basically around these issues we've spoken about. If there are opportunities.
Creative art. So the fact that we have the board, I'm sure they're not just there doing nothing. Of course, there are programs being introduced to even strengthen our creative art in the curriculum development from our secondary schools down to universities. You have these curriculums being reviewed to ensure that we're as creative as possible. And you can see that reflecting in the innovations we're seeing in the creative arts out there. People telling stories about our systems using creative art. You have also institutions, government and non-governmental organizations, development partners, now investing more in this aspect. That is collaboration, partnership. At the state level, we are strengthening our not only creative arts, but science and tech. And that's why we're moving away from having generalized schools, but streamlined schools. While growing up, I know of schools that are basically science schools. Now you have schools that are offering both art and science subjects. Why can't we have art schools, for instance? Why can't we have science school, strictly science, strictly art, so that our students are being trained in a specific line? And when you go to streamlined from secondary school down to universities, and so you see the creativity coming out. And the creativity is what we just witnessed when one of ours performed a poetry telling us or educating us about the Sustainable Development Goals. And creativity is what we're having today. People, I believe, should be as creative as possible, not only as art students, but science students. And that is what we're doing while reviewing the curriculum, while reviewing the policy, while reviewing the institutions that should drive the process. I would say it's a whole lot of things, but I believe the board is doing enough. If you can sit back and look at what is happening in our country today. Thank you.
I'll just conclude by adding just in the 1 or 2 sentences that if you look at the creative space, obviously in Nigeria, it is the youth in the creative space that have put Nigeria on the global map positively. Because we are always known for negative things. And I mean, no matter how negative you say they are in their personal practices, they have still sort of really boosted our economy and have also built our positive reputation. I mean, you can imagine a Nigerian singing at the coronation of the King of England. And you can see that Davido, Wizkid, and the rest of them selling out stadiums that it has been unheard of. And all Nigerian youth, I'm saying that to say some of you here, the globe is open for you. But I will say from a business perspective, even if the board is not setting up these creative spaces, we have a responsibility to do that in the private sector by setting up creative schools that can continue to build talent, and then you partner with people. You can see people like Mrs. Bolale Austin Peters. She set up TerraCulture. She's partnering with so many international organizations, and now she's training youth, and in some cases free of charge. Even Ebony Life Place, Ms. Mo Abudu, the Lagos State government has even partnered with her. Free education in the creative spaces. And they're free. Thank you. To build those creative talents. So the opportunities abound.
So a big thank you to the panelists. In my head, I was saying the power of the mic. But I hope we all found this conversation useful to our thoughts pattern and helped us build our knowledge as well. I remain Ode. I don't want to say my humble self. I'm not sure if I'm humble anymore. But yes, thank you for the power of the mic being handed over to me. I will put back this mic too.
Thank you very much. Once again, please, can we put our hands together for this awesome panel? Before you leave, we'd like to take a group picture. We'd like to take a group picture so that they can know at the embassy that we know powerful people.
No, I wouldn't be in the middle because of my height. I don't like standing there.
Okay, you'll be on the side. I will go. I will be around. Or between the ladies. Yes. Thank you. That was a very enlightening panel. A pleasure to meet you all. I know that some of you have come from out of town and you're going back. I have a quick announcement just to add that the Accountability Lab has a voter rep project that helps musical. I think it says musicians, and they have a free studio to record your music, spoken word, poetry, etc. So yes, please, the Accountability Lab has a studio that can help you to basically create. You can go in there, have your spoken word recorded. I'm sure you should be able to do some voiceover in there as well if it's an audio studio. Be able to do some voiceover, some poetry. So what are you waiting for? I went to a university where I had to leave school to go and do any recordings because I do voiceover. So please, shout out to everybody at the Accountability Lab there. We do have a few other panels today. The last one before we go on a break is going to be moderated by Dr. Umar Adam Ibrahim, SDGs 5 and 6 advocate, and the topic is recommendation systems for carbon reduction. Please put your hands together for Dr. Umar Adam Ibrahim.
SDG Summit 2023. So basically, this is a paper work. It's basically the paper panel section of the whole work. Can we go to the first page? We ran a survey to find out the number of people that really understand carbon emission in Nigeria. This very slide will take you through the whole journey. But the most interesting part is that we came up with an AI system called recommendation system that will help in supporting the reduction of carbon emission. Basically, if you can see, it's a known knowledge. Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa, right? We all know it's a known knowledge that we have more than 270 something million number of people in this very country. And that leads to this very particular problem of population. The back slide. With this very issue, with the amount of people we have, the amount of it's working? Okay. With the amount of people we have, the amount of carbon emission we have every day, it's kind of crazy. If you look at this very map, we emit 271% carbon. 271%. We're not talking about 100%, it's 271% of carbon emitted with this very number of population. And Nigeria is the 5th world emitting country. In the whole world, we are number 5. In Africa, we are number 1, okay? Based on 2016 start. That is where the data is missing in this very particular part of the world. We don't have an official or authenticated data that speak to the whole problem. Well, these are related work which I'm not going to spend time on. The link to the whole paper is in this very particular slide, so we can skip this very part. Then we go to the survey. We ran survey within Nigeria using the Google online form. So from what we got from the survey, we go to the result. The first part is basic information. That is the people answering those very particular questions. Then secondly, we have climate change awareness and the attitude, which is section 3. Now let's go to section 1. So from section 1, the majority of those that responded to the survey are all male. That is the highest number of people that responded, and the age range is between 15 and 20. So what happened to people above 20? There is a gap, right? There is a gap in communication, and then people below are 15. Furthermore, the majority of the respondents are residing in the north central geopolitical zone, meaning other part of Nigeria are missing from this very particular survey. Then finally, those people that responded are either BSc or HND, level people based on their educational qualification. So there is a gap somewhere. Then section 2, we have 97.7 believe climate change exists, which is a good number. 97 of the respondents believe that climate change exists. Then we have this very particular number again. For the question that asks how well people understood what carbon emission is and how effective the environment is, the majority respondents have a piece of average knowledge. Majority of the respondents, and these people are BS and HND holders, but they have average knowledge about climate change entirely. Then that means there is need for more awareness and sensitization. I was happy when I heard the first speaker talking about awareness, which is part of their own goal and sensitization. Then finally, 82.9% understand the cause of global warming, which is also another good number. But remember, we're talking about BSc and HND holders. What happened to people below that very range or people above that very particular educational level? So let's continue. In section 3, we asked about the attitude towards climate change. 30.7% of people are extremely concerned about climate change. It's a good number, but it's not that very good. It's just 30% out of 100. Then you have 29.9 averagely concerned about climate change. They don't really care. Like, it's not a big deal to them. It's a big number. We are talking about 30% of the population. For mitigation, 72.4 agree they will contribute to mitigating climate change if they had the information. So that is where the gap is. They are willing to contribute if they have the necessary information. So let's go to the result. So we have this very particular result. We had 129 responses. It's not a big number, but at least it gives an information of what is happening. What happens if you have more than 129 people responding to a particular survey? which we come to the recommendation at the end of the slide. Then the age group, we talked about this, the state, you can see the state of the response, and then the zone. Those from North Central were the key major contributors here. Then if you check what is the highest level of qualification, we have BSc and HND as the highest level of qualification. And then we have this, do you believe climate change exists? Yeah, we have 97%, which is yes. And the other question, do you understand the cause of global warming? And we have a larger number that understood the cause of global warming, which is a very good number. Then we have this very question, have you been or were taught about global warming? The majority is yes, we have 68%. And also, how do you understand carbon emission is and how it affects the global? So we have 33% that really understood what is happening, while we have a chunk of number that don't really understood the whole information when it comes to climate change and the rest. So then finally, choose the option that is most correct about this. Well, we have 72% willing to contribute if they have the knowledge. So the issue of knowledge is very, very important in this very regard. Engaging students, engaging the public, and then engaging each and every person in the ecosystem. Carbon footprint. Have you heard of carbon footprint before now? Those from high school? No? What about our students? This is a major problem. We tend to understand that the major industrial players are the people that causes our climate change. That is not the fact. We, the public members, are also contributing to the whole issue of climate change. The fact about carbon footprint is that we need to understand the amount of energy we emit. I myself don't really know the amount of energy I emit. It's a serious problem. And we all emit energy in one way or the other. So the idea of carbon print is understanding the amount of energy we emit, or the amount of carbon dioxide we emit, so that we have a system that we work on this. That is where a recommendation system comes into play. The fact is that you can't calculate the amount of energy you emit manually. It's not possible. You need a system where you input the amount of resources you use out there, that will suggest to you what you're supposed to use, and calculate the amount of energy you've emitted per day, per week, or per month. So this brings us to a recommendation system, which is defined as a system that will intelligently tell you these are things you're supposed to use to reduce the amount of energy or the amount of carbon you emit daily. So this is how the system works. You go to this very particular website, you enter source you use, and it's going to calculate the amount of energy emitted by individual and industries. And then we have these very causes of carbon emission. You go to the site, you read about the causes of carbon emission. That will just support you in mitigating the amount of carbon emitted out there. And this is open for industry and also individuals. Then at this very particular level also, there are frequently asked questions about carbon emission. You tend to discuss and find out what are the frequent issues and challenges out there. And basically, we have this at the end. Now, it brings us to this very final level, a recommendation, which is the most important part of this very particular work. What we did was just an online survey. What about people without smartphone? What happened to those very particular people? What about people in village? What about people that have less educational qualification, right? These people were all outside our survey. So to all stakeholders down here, it will be really meaningful if this event is happening in village, not in the city where you have so many people with BSc or HND, right? What happened to people in the village? Do they really understand what is carbon footprint? Did they really understand what is climate change? So I think subsequently, SDG Summit, I don't know, Dr. Said, SDG Summit and Chubuzo, if possible, let's take it to the village. Let's take it to the grassroots. We at the city, at least, we have an average knowledge of what is, of the situation, okay, regarding climate change. What happened to people in the village, okay? So the first recommendation is that there is need to run a pen and pencil survey. What we did was online. We need a pen and pencil survey. You go down there to the grassroots, find out if they really know what is happening. Secondly, there is need to organize seminar, training, and workshop in remote and rural areas. It's very, very important. Then thirdly, there is need for government to engage individuals, NGO, and industry, and there is need to incorporate climate change education in all curricula, right from primary to tertiary institution. And in conclusion, the awareness level of the survey responder on carbon emission was more than our assumption, and percentage of people in changing climate factor and their impact on the health is high. There is need to run a physical survey for people in remote and rural area. It's very, very important to engage people in village. And then this very research was supported by Google Travel Grant Research, and thanks to all those that participated in the whole survey. And these are references, and to read the complete paper, you can go to this very particular link and read the whole entire paper. It's out there, and we can connect on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Hasn't it been good today? It's been good today. Hasn't it been good today? It's been good today where, you know, our speakers have kept to time, and we have now come to the point where we're going to be taking a short break, get lunch, meet some new people, shake hands, network, and we'll come back. Hi, hello, my friend. How are you? I told you I had a reward for you. Did you get it today? What? I'm going to remedy that. Okay? So we're going to take a break. We're going to have lunch in one of the halls within this building, and we'll come back. When we come back, we're going to be having this senior special advisor to the president on social investments. She's going to be Miriam Uwe. She's going to be here. It's going to be a fireside chat on the importance of youth and commitments to attaining SDGs. It's not something that you want to miss. So please, when we go on the break, make sure that you come back and bring a friend or two. And I mean, if there's something that you need, you can come over to me. We can talk over there. We're going to engage you a little bit when we get to lunch as well. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take our break, and we'll be back. So our break's between now and 1:30. Okay, so we'll be back here at 1:30. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Which has been the most insightful today, and why?
The talk given by Mr. Chibuzo about climate change, it was very interesting to me when he was talking about the reduce, reuse, recycle, and even repair, and why we should separate wet. Is it wet?
Separate what? Please go on. You were doing a good job of it, and then you started to get shy when your friends started to giggle. Please continue. Stop giggling around her now, guys. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you for your contribution, anyways. Thank you for your contribution. I'd like to recognize the presence of the Senior Special Advisor to the President on Social Investments. This is Miriam Uwais, welcome. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. She's also going to be central in our fireside chat later on today. My name is Shion Wajaima. I just thought I should let you know so that you remember my name before the end of today. Okay. All right. We can now move forward to the next item on today's agenda. And that topic is the importance of networking in delivering the sustainable development goals, I beg your pardon. And the speakers will be sustainability ambassadors from Bayero University, Kano. Please put your hands together for them. And sustainability ambassadors from Now University of Nigeria, Abuja. So what we're going to have is, a combined panel of people who are going to discuss this. Also, before we do that, I made a promise yesterday to a young lady from, please, what's the name of your school again, young man? Sheikh Abubakar Gumi Academy, right? Did I say that right? I heard it and I just said it right there. Yeah. All right. Where's my friend from your school? Where is she? Yes. Please come forward and receive your gift that I had made a promise to give you yesterday. Okay. It might say Christmas on it, and this is not Christmas, but it is a 10,000 naira gift card from Spar, and you can go and claim anything worth 10,000 naira. So, I mean, when you're called for to answer a question, just go for it, okay? You never know. You might be going to Spar on somebody's bill. Please put our hands together for her once again. Also, I mean, for me, one of the most insightful things I heard today is about how inviting the then CBN governor to a WIMBIZ event to speak made him implement a policy 8 years ago, and now we have, I think, about 2 or 3 female bank MDs, like major banks in Nigeria. That deserves some applause. Come on, guys. Deserves some applause. And even though they're just, I think between 3 and 5, I'm not sure exactly the number, I know that there can be more. There are more women in waiting for positions to fill, whether they're in government, in different levels of corporate governance, in advocacy, in all different strata of life in town and gown, whatever it is. And it's one of our major things to target as far as our SDGs are concerned. That's equality, gender equality on many different levels. Now, our fireside chart, before that comes, we also have a panel session on promoting sustainable agricultural practices to combat climate change and reduce inequalities in food access. And that is to be discussed and moderated by members of the Nile Climate Initiative Club, moderated by Hanifa Ahmed. Please put your hands together for all of them. So, do we have the ambassadors ready for their panel session now? From from Bayero University, Kano, and now University Nigeria. The guys from now should be here because this is their school, right? Yes, so, okay. We don't have them here at the moment. So are they here? Okay, please come on. Please put your hands together for them. But I was announcing you guys. You didn't hear me announce you? Please come up. We'll get you some. We need to get them chairs to sit.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Safia Ahmed Al-Mustafa. I'm a 300 level economics student, and I will be the moderator for this panel session. First, we have Fatima Zahra Yusuf. She's a 400 level software engineering student, and she's the president of Nile Climate Initiative Club. Then we have Aisha Bello. She's a 300 level political science and international relations student, and she's the vice president of our Nile Climate Initiative Club. And we have Shahir Abdul Salam, and he is a 300 level mechatronics student, and he is an active member of the Climate Initiative Club. Okay, our first question. How do sustainable agricultural practices contribute to mitigating the effects of climate change?
So, well, I would say it helps in reducing the emission of carbon, because carbon is like the major contributor to the climate crisis right now. And then okay, so yeah, that's like, for me, from my own understanding, the major thing it has done reducing carbon emission.
No.
Yes.
Okay. Also, how can sustainable agricultural practices contribute to reducing inequalities in access to nutritious and affordable food?
Hello, everyone. I'm Shahir Abdul Salam. According to the United Nations, 34% of all greenhouse gas emission is from the food sector. And also, the agriculture sector is the most affected by climate change. To improve inequality in finding food and agricultural materials, as in
materials used in production of agricultural produce. We need government intervention and private organizations to invest in agriculture. To see agriculture as a firm, as a business, so private organizations could invest in it and make it more efficient and productive. So we all know that food is one of the most important things, and having sustainable way of producing it is very paramount to our well-being. Thank you.
Okay, so adding to what he said, I feel like supporting small-scale agricultural businesses can actually help a lot as well.
How can we ensure that sustainable agricultural practices are financially sustainable for farmers and food producers?
Okay, so like what she said, we need to ensure that we support small community-based businesses and try to promote sustainable agricultural practices. We can try to help them financially or provide access to credit, anything we can do to make sure that they are supported, to make sure that they can help agriculture.
How far have you gone in achieving the SDGs?
So, how far have we gone in achieving the SDGs? To be honest, there have been improvements since the establishment of the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015 by the United Nations. But according to the United Nations, 50% of the Sustainable Development Goals is weak and insufficient, and 12% of the SDG targets are on track. And also 30% of the SDGs have gone in reverse mode. So we have achieved a little, like 12% of the Sustainable Development Goals, and we have a long way to go. And the Sustainable Development Goal is supposed to end by 2030, and from 2015 to 2030 is like 8 years now, and so we've gone half of the way, and we need to work more to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal. And all hands must be on deck in achieving the Sustainable Development Goal, as how the Secretary General of the United Nations usually say. So to answer your question, the Sustainable Development Goal has not been achieved, but rather is in progress.
Okay, thank you, Shahir. We know that technology usually plays a big role in a lot of things, but what role can technology play in promoting sustainable agriculture practices and reducing inequalities in food access?
Okay, so technology, I feel, is very, very important and powerful. So when it comes to agriculture, we have so many farmers here in Nigeria, but they don't really have access to technology, the technology that is needed to help promote the Sustainable Development Goals. But if they're able to get that, I feel like we'll be able to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals way faster than it is currently going. And technology can provide the tools that they will need to achieve the goals and make them, provide them with information that they'll need as well. It can also help them make more informed decisions regarding agriculture. So.
What are some potential challenges or obstacles to implementing sustainable agricultural practices on a larger scale, and how can we overcome them?
Some potential challenges to implementing sustainable agricultural practices on a larger scale include lack of access of information to the agriculturalists, the farmers that we have in Nigeria. A lot of them don't have basic awareness of what they are not really educated on what they are doing. They don't know how what they're doing impacts the world, how it impacts the climate change.
And to add to what she has said, one of the most important things we need to have to achieve the sustainable development goal in agricultural sector or in all sectors is information. Most people are not properly informed about the effect of not doing what is right. So for example, in some part of Nigeria, there are so many states that suffer from flooding and other type of disasters. So this flooding is caused by the actions of people. For example, if they're supposed to dispose their waste in the right ways, they don't use the right ways to dispose of their waste. They put them in waterways and block water. And when rainy season comes, it causes flooding and destroy their plants and crops. So I believe education is key in achieving sustainable development goals, and also helping small-scale farmers and teaching them how to inculcate good practices that would improve the climate. Thank you.
Okay, and I also feel like education and training is very, very important when it comes to promoting the Sustainable Development Goals, because most people in Nigeria don't even know what the Sustainable Development Goals are. Apart from you and me and some other people that know about them, when you ask others, they'll probably tell you that they don't know what the Sustainable Development Goals are. I recently asked someone about if they knew what the COP27 was, which was last year, and they kept asking me what it was. And this person is actually very, very well educated, which proves that a lot of people really don't understand what the Sustainable Development Goals are, and they don't even know what they are. So if we are able to educate more people about the Sustainable Development Goals and train them on ways they can be able to achieve the goals, I feel like we can be able to make a very, very huge difference, and we can be able to meet the goals by 2030.
That is the end of our panel session. Thank you.
Thank you.
No. Hold on. Before you guys leave, just stand together. Let's take a picture, a group picture for this panel. Please put your hands together once again for them. Yes, well done. Okay, for our next chat, we will need to reduce the number of chairs on stage. Please put your hands together for them once again. We need to reduce the number of chairs. our fireside chat with Mrs. Miriam Uwais, who is the Senior Special Advisor to the President on Social Investments, and that is going to be hosted by Ahmed Inua. Please put your hands together for the Special Advisor, Senior Special Advisor to the President on Social Investments, and the host of this session, Mr. Ahmed Inua. You're welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. I can see everybody looks excited to hear from our guest for today. I'm sure she's a household name. We've all either directly, indirectly, through people we know, or through people that know who we know, have benefited from the good work her office is doing. My name is Ahmed Inua. I am a technologist and a public sector reform expert with experience working around anti-corruption and improving systems that provide services to good Nigerians. With us today here is Mrs. Mariam Uwais. Like I mentioned, is a household name. She's the advisor to the President on Social Investment. She has been advising the President on what is the biggest social investment program on the continent. You can imagine the impact such a program is making. I wouldn't say much. I'm sure she has a lot to tell us. She should introduce herself properly and then share her experience with us on how implementing such a project has helped in accelerating achieving the SDGs in Nigeria. Good afternoon, once again. Welcome.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the introduction. My name is Mariam Uwais, and I have been working in the presidency for almost 8 years now. I have like 10 days to go. And it's time for you guys to move in. Okay? So I'm a lawyer by profession. I was called to the bar in 1981, and since then I've done different things. But at a point, I worked as a lawyer. I have my law firm, and I worked in CBN. I worked in the in government for a while under the Law Reform Commission, and then I found myself. I was actually invited by the vice president, who is the person I know, really, to join government. You know, there's special advisors in the Constitution, and the nominees, there's only one presidency. So the nominees are from either the president or the vice president. And we used to do a lot of public interest litigation. So we knew each other fairly well, and he nominated me as special advisor. I'm sure you know how deeply, how much he feels about climate change. I think this is what he's taking away. This is what he's going to be doing a lot of the time. the vice president. It's his focus when he leaves office next month. Now, I've done a lot of work, especially with children. I was once on the Council of the Human Rights Commission, and I was Special Rapporteur on Children. I also served on the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. So that's for 5 years, and I served on various committees at federal level and at state level. I'm from Kano State. So I was looking around to see who was, because I started my practice in the Ministry of Justice in Kano before I got married and had to move to Lagos. I don't know what it is you want me to say, but I'm really delighted to be here. I'm very excited to see so many young people interested in SDGs. This is something that we really need to focus on, and unfortunately not too many, as I heard a lady here say, that not too many people even understand what it's about. There's no way we can grow as a country if we do not focus on the SDGs. Unfortunately, the majority of our people are not that literate. So starting with you in the university, being sensitized and being focused on these issues is really a very exciting thing for me, because it means that you will continue to spread the word and you will continue to work on SDGs, ensuring that we actually improve on our human capital indices. I'd like to thank Saeed, who has been on my neck, and I found time to come. I felt rather guilty. Unfortunately, I couldn't come yesterday. We're rounding up in government, and I had so many commitments. But I'm here today, and I'm going to answer all your questions as you move forward. Let me just explain something. You know, a lot of the SDGs can actually be improved at state, local government, and community level. What we have been doing at federal level is trying to coordinate and set standards and monitor, do some research, because it's critical that we know what the causative factors are for some of the challenges our people face. The good news is that once we get people to understand, especially at the bottom of the pyramid, things do improve. So there are many things that we ought to be looking at. You have a wide array of SDGs that you can focus on and really make it your niche and continue to push the boundaries, because it's very, very important that all of them are important. I pioneered the social investment programs between 2015 and 2019. We developed a social register that has over 44 million Nigerians. It's as objective as it can be. It's data generated from the bottom of the pyramid, and I like the question on technology. I think data is very important for us, you know, and interestingly, you know, what I've noticed is that when we have many poor people, they don't really care about privacy. Data for them is important because it's good to know how many people, for instance, live in a community so that you can build schools, you know, they can demand, or the government can look at it and say, look, these people don't have a hospital and we have over 500 families here. But as we begin, as elites begin to grow wealthy, they actually fight privacy. They fight for privacy. They don't want people to know where their assets are. They want to evade tax. So it's a fine balance. You know, we really do need data. As far as I'm concerned, as a developing country, especially in a country where the population is growing much faster than the economy, and there is no state that can plan effectively for a limitless number of children or people, whether it's education, whether health. If we really want to plan, we need to understand the dynamics and see that we are able to capture everyone as much as possible. But these are issues that many politicians don't want to grapple with. because they're very sensitive. But I'm hoping that we have young people here who will actually, say, even take the tough decisions, because that's part of the problem. Some of our politicians don't want to deal with subjects that will affect, or they think will affect their constituency and their votes. So when you talk about population management, it becomes a problem. But for our SDGs, for us to be able to achieve our SDGs, we need to know how many people we have and to plan even the money that we have to spend, the resources, the number, the people that we need to train to be able to address those challenges. We need to have numbers that we can actually, calculate and see that that we're working towards that. So we did the Empower program. We did the Empower program. We did the school feeding program, which had a huge impact. I think by the time we were through, we had over 13 million direct beneficiaries and almost 40 million indirect beneficiaries. And everyone had a different target. We had the trader money. Towards the end, there were a lot of aspersions being cast, but it was actually targeting people that could not access loans at all. People who were in the market, who have effort to sell, who have people who push water on wheelbarrows. There is no bank that they can go to get money if they want to grow their businesses. And a lot of our agents, these are financial agents, would just walk into the markets and ask them. And we had women groups also up north, because a lot of the markets in the north did not have too many women there. Asked them if they were interested. It had nothing to do with which party do you belong to, but of course opposition cast those aspersions. Empower was about, of course, getting young people to apply online, and it was a huge battle because we're used to giving slots to certain people to be able to, sometimes I wonder, if you don't have connections in this country, you really can't go far. And I'm hoping that with fresh minds coming in, young people who understand the larger picture, and that many, many people exist that don't know anyone. Too many people exist. So we need to stop these connections and try working hard. We also did the cash transfer program that selected people from the social register. Social register is developed at state level and escalated to the national level so that we could clean the data, and it's from there that we did the cash transfer. And that cash transfer program actually had trained officials in every ward who would visit the recipients and talk to them about investment, about savings, generally financial literacy. In 2019, the programs were moved to the Ministry of Humanitarian, and I was left with the Vice President. Almost 2 months later, I was moved back to the Office of the Vice President, and we began work on the At-Risk Children's Program. And this has a huge component of the Almajiri children, but we also have states telling us we have adolescents in marriages, we have young boys on substance abuse, we have commercial sex workers, we have all kinds of different data, hawkers. So long as the state tells us this is who we want you to focus on, we are working with youth who live in the communities who don't have jobs. We train them across many disciplines, whatever skill is viable and beneficial, not just tailoring for all women. I just shudder when I hear that, because a lot of poor women don't even sew new things. So you get trained in a community and you don't have anybody to sew, any client or any customer. So we've been looking at emerging trends. We're looking at renewable energy. We're looking at even traditional medicines, soaps. We have all kinds of plants that are medicinal and also nutritious, to see how we can develop value chains for all of that. So when we train 50 young people, male and female, per local government, safeguard measures, the rights of the child, paralegal services, even security awareness. So anybody that comes in that's new, early warning signals, how to report. Of course, the agricultural skills especially. Technology also. Sports, because that teaches you how to, discipline, self-restraint, healthy competition. We now assign 50 children in their immediate vicinities to each of these trained young men and ladies. So we do 50-50, female and male. And then they now go and get parental consent from either the malams or the parents of these children, and they begin to train them in community hubs that the state sets up on foundational literacy, on the skills, entrepreneurship, and they ensure that they go back into school. They report back to us at the end of each month whether these children are actually in school or whether they're attending the hubs, the training, whether they're in groups. For the older ones, we encourage that they be formed in cooperatives. And we want to know what the causative factors are for the out-of-school phenomenon. And so when they report, they get paid 30,000 naira, which is the minimum wage. So we're creating jobs for them. I don't know if you've heard about the YOMA platform. It's GenU, it's UNICEF opening up opportunities for young people like you so that there are many things that you can aspire to achieve and can achieve. And this has been rolled out in about 8 states now. We're in the 9th state. And it's inclusive growth, it's zero hunger, it's gender parity, it's health, because we look also at the mental health of these children. I refuse to limit myself or restrict myself to just education for these children. They have been exposed to so much beyond children who live in homes. They have to beg for their food. A lot of them are out on the streets, sleeping in very uncomfortable positions. So we demand that their physical and mental health also. Then we look at nutrition. We have all kinds of partners helping us in training the youth that look after them. And the youth have been very excited to support the children in their community. We're hoping that with this army of young people, passionate people, compassionate people, caring and mentoring these children that are out of school, we'll have reduced numbers in no time. So that's what I'm doing. And hopefully in 10 days' time, I'm away, I'm leaving. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that masterclass. I'd call it a masterclass. One of the advantages of listening to people implementing such projects is you learn. I've learned a couple of things and I'd highlight them so that we can all learn together. Implementing the SDGs goes beyond just it being a federal level activity. She mentioned states have an integral role to play in this, local governments have an integral role to play in this, as well as communities. So it's not just about listening and following budget provisions that federal government has so amount for SDGs. It comes down to you at your community for you to do something for us to be able to achieve the SDGs. She also mentioned something very critical. All that she has mentioned in terms of what they are doing at the social investment program, as well as the at-risk project, you can actually map it to an SDG goal. That tells you that for us to achieve the SDGs, it's important we leverage what the social investment project is bringing to the table. It will help us achieve them faster, which brings me to my next question. Nigeria is a youthful country. I think by the statistics, over 60% of Nigerians are youths. If we are wanting to achieve these SDGs, we have to take the youths to be part of this process. If there's any chance for us to sustain the SDGs beyond the time frame, I think a lot of it has to do with how the youths accept and own some of these initiatives and projects. So from your experience, Ma, how best do you think we can commit youths to hold, implement, and sustain SDG project activities and initiatives in Nigeria?
Well, I think this is one of the initiatives that is very central. Having young people sensitized and also focusing on the SDG that actually enables them to thrive. When you have an interest in a particular SDG, and I should say that they're actually interlinked. So you start one thing and you realize it's linked to the other thing, you know, the other SDG. I think what is happening here is very critical to improving our human capital indices. The only thing I need to say here is that states are actually mandated by the Constitution to improve our human capital indices and by, you know, extension our SDGs. It is not a federal government responsibility. States are the ones that handle primary healthcare, primary education, agriculture. Federal government, however, has to be interested in, you know, ensuring that they meet certain targets, because they don't say, for instance, 2 million in this state or 5 million in this state, whatever it is that is the problem, the challenges that are prevalent in that state. It is 20 million children, Nigerian children. It's about Nigeria. And there are certain parts of this country where, if you look at the SDGs, there are different variations. There's some that it's actually wash, that's the problem. Some it's growth, it's inclusive growth. We have many states, and I must say, especially up north, where women are not given the kind of responsibility, they're not nurtured to be able to grow, you know, and it's to our detriment. We have gender parity issues, we have health issues that are all over the country depending on, and interestingly, sometimes it's just about having clean water and a clean surrounding for you to be able to address a lot of the diseases that we have. You know, so it's quite simple, but for people to take ownership, especially the young. I think this country now has to depend on the majority of young people that we have, because we've done our bit. Some have done well, some have not done so well. But we need fresh thinking. Even when we were having politics, when the elections were drawing near, there was a lot of talk about, oh, get your PVC, get your PVC. Yes, get your PVC. But we need fresh thinking in power. We really need it. You know, people in parties are just generally the same people, and they get upset, they move to the next party. It's the same entrenched culture. They're used to a certain way of doing things. One of the things that excites me is the fact that in the National Assembly, we have over 100 new legislators in the House of Reps that are below the age of 40. You know, if we can really harness the energy, the zeal, the passion that exists in all of you, I'm sure we can actually move much faster in achieving our targets. So I think this needs to be replicated in many more universities, youth corps camps. For those that have not been captured in university, we should talk about it also in secondary schools, in primary schools, because really this is what we need to improve our country. If it's growth, a healthy population, an educated population, all of it has been captured in the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think we're almost exhausting our time. So I'm sure the audience would have questions for you. So we'll now take questions.
Good afternoon, Ma. I'm Halir Ahmad Khalifa, and thank you so much for this, for being on this panel. My question is, you mentioned that you've been around for the last 8 years, and unfortunately for us, you'll be leaving very soon. So, and you also mentioned a lot of amazing things and that you've been doing since you've been in the office. So I want to know, is there any sustainability plan for all of these things? Should in case you're after these 10 days, so that we'll keep enjoying these beautiful structures you've put in place? Thank you, Ma.
Well, there has, fortunately, and I'm not a typical politician, the same party won the election. So there are a lot of conversations between the incoming vice president and the outgoing vice president. And my programs are actually situated, the at-risk children's program, the Ministry of Humanitarian is handling the other program since 2019. I really don't know where that is. But the 2 years ago almost, the Federal Executive Council passed a policy that it's called the National Poverty Reduction with Growth Strategy. And it created a steering committee that the Vice President chairs. Then it has membership, 6 governors, 1 from each zone, and then 8 ministers from the various, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, all of those whose work actually impacts on the SDGs. Then it has a technical working group that's chaired by the Ministry of Budget and Planning, and then it has membership of all the ministries of budget and planning in the states. Now, this for me is very, very good, because we need a national program if we want to actually target the SDGs. We need to be inclusive in terms of having the states involved. You see, when you leave poverty reduction to one ministry, that minister cannot convene, does not have the authority to convene other ministers who are at par with her or with him. So there's a problem. One Minister of Education cannot say, come for meetings, health, and drop whatever you're doing and come to my meeting, or call Minister of Agriculture or call Ministry of Humanitarian. But the Vice President or the presidency has oversight over this poverty reduction, and then it has all the governors as members. The Vice President also chairs the National Economic Council, which is comprised of all the governors. So when we started our program, the At-Risk Children's Program, I used to brief the Economic Council because I work in the office of the Vice President. And the governors would, interrogate what we're doing, and we had to be accountable. The same thing under the social investment programs. It's important that we understand the dynamics. A federal program, a federal minister is an appointee of the president, but we have a very strong federation, and the states are at par. So it's not possible unless you know the person and you're friendly with that person, that's a governor, for you to summon a governor. The governor will say, look, I'm the head of my own, and I have my own commissioners. But if you have an entity that has the vice president or the presidency, that is much easier to be able to maintain, because the work actually needs to be done first in our communities, then our local governments, then our states. It's very important when you want to address even insecurity unless you have good counselors, you have good chairmen who know when somebody new comes into the community, can alert. You know, there's so much more they can do than the governor. And the same thing the governor with, and I'm not excusing what happened at federal or what has been happening at federal level, whether, I mean, we have very good people in the space now in security, but I'm saying a lot of the work can best be done, even if it's agriculture, at community level. So we need an entity that is able to harness everybody, invite everybody, let's have a conversation. These are your targets for health or for hygiene in your own state. This is the lowest. You are lower than everybody else. You know, otherwise, I mean, for illiteracy, or there are some states in this country, I don't even want to say, where we have more children out of school than we do in school. You know, so we need to talk to them. It's 67% and 62% children out of school. It's actually an emergency. So unless we can bring everybody to the table to engage and to get people to understand that this is where we need to be, and let's aspire, let's work towards it, and then monitor, ensure that it's happening, I mean, the disparities will continue to grow. Thank you.
So we have two more questions. There's one over there and one here. And we are not taking questions after that.
I think we should have a female. Are they all male?
Oh, yes, they are all. Okay, where are the ladies? Okay. Okay, so now we have 4 questions.
Please, thank you.
All protocols duly observed. My name is Abubakar Aji, staff of Nile University, at the same time a student or postgraduate. Before I ask a question, I want to share a good news in terms of Nile University promoting SDG. Nile University has been giving free land to staff for cultivation of crops, to be honest. And it's not gender biased. Both the male and the female are free to go and get free land to cultivate. So I could remember one of our staff was able to harvest over 30 bags of maize last season. And one of them cultivated over 2 hectares of land. And at the end of last season, he was able to open one big shop. So can you see, it promotes the SDG in terms of zero tolerance to hunger, poverty alleviation, and at the same time, can I say, sustaining the environment at the same time. So Nile University is an epitome of promoting SDG goals. My question is, such universities that encourage SDG, there should be a provision from the government to support research that are SDG driven. I know there are quite a number of undergraduate researches, postgraduate researches that are aimed at achieving SDGs. For example, one of my colleagues, he is now a postgraduate student doing his PhD, and his research is focused on SDG, 2 of them, and they need support. But most of the funding goes to public universities. So I don't know if there is a provision from the government to back up or to catalyze such kind of research, especially in private universities like Nile University. Thank you.
Okay, there was a lady here. That's you. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Fatima Shobari. I am a postgraduate student here at Nile University. So I've always had this passion of impacting lives or changing the world in my own way. And then during my service here, I came across SDG as a CDS group, and then where we tried to achieve some of the goals of SDG. That's goal 3, I guess, and goal 4, that's good health and well-being and education or something like that, yeah. But then one thing I realized with the problem we had, and someone addressed it earlier, was funding. Then there's like structure, even getting to the office of the S8 or on SDGs to the governor was always an issue. So what we do is we didn't really wait for government. It's from the little stipends we get from NYSC. That's how we contribute. And then we buy materials, relief materials, we take them to hospitals, or maybe we can use our mind on our intelligence. Then we go to schools, we educate these people, we sensitize them. So what I want to ask is there any provision by, I feel he asked a question on how to utilize the youth in achieving these SDG goals. And I feel one of the strategic ways to utilize youth is through NYSC, through youth corpers, because this is a structure that's already been put in place by the government. I don't know if you get where I'm going. So is there any way that we could help these corpers to at least give them funding or support them? Or even if you don't give them funding, okay, just like put them in a way or just utilize them in any way you could, because it was really challenging for us to get funding. The money we have is not enough for us because we were sent to other states to get. You have to pay for our accommodation, our feeding, and all that. With 3,000, you can imagine. And then from that, we still managed to remove sometimes 3,000, 2,000, contribute it, and then buy things for students in school or take these relief materials to hospital. So I don't know if there's a way you could address that. Thank you.
We have, so ma'am, you're just noting down please help her note down the questions so that, there's another lady in this area. There were two ladies. Yes. Because you are new now, you are new on the list.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Halima Imam, and I would like for everyone to put their hands together for Safia Al-Mustafa. She was my student, and we started the Climate Action Team together. It's my NGO. And I'm here today because I had to be here. This morning, I went for a tree planting activity with 20 of my girls at Aleta. And Safia said I had to be here, and I said I have to encourage her and be here because she's doing this. She's continuing, so. Yeah. Okay, now this is not really a question. It's more of an appeal, like my sister there just did. So we've been doing a lot of tree planting activities. Personally, I do a lot of other things, mental health advocacy, poverty reduction advocacy, and all of that. But then, and I work with children a lot. So there's something that they always say. Because for the tree planting, for example, the children fund it themselves. And we've been doing this since 2019. So then this morning, when we went to do the planting at Aleta, something happened. The men that were in the community where we're supposed to do were not really willing to help us dig. And I went with girls that were just 16. I don't know how they were supposed to really dig. And then we got talking to them and all, and my girls got really angry. Miss Halima, is not fair. You know, we're doing this ourselves. They're even discouraging us and all of that. And then one of them, okay, it's something that they've always said, but one of them said, I think that the government should be very involved in this. And we all started laughing. But I told her that this is why we are doing it, because the government can't be everywhere. So this is your own life skills project for you to do. But I think that, and I'm appealing to you, since there's continuity in government, as we all know, that the government involves especially the little children more when it comes to SDGs, because when you catch them young, it makes it very, very easy, like Safia and her team are doing. So they just came and said, we want to start, and somehow they are continuing, and not just her, a lot of my children that are schooling abroad all the time, they give me feedback, and it makes me so happy. So I think if the government can show them that we appreciate what you're doing in your own little way by maybe having, I don't know, an advocacy program by the government for secondary schools, not just for the universities, you would be amazed if you get to find out what these girls have been doing. So I think that the government there should be an, I don't know, inclusivity or something of that sort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And We have this gentleman. I know you are there. I'm coming to you, my brother. I would advise that you come because you are in the dark and the cameras will not catch you.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. My name is Musa Suleiman. I work for Transparency and Accountability in Totality Initiative. Well, I hope the incoming government listened to what she and the other lady said, because she is an outgoing government official, so that we serve as an advocacy briefs for the incoming government. Mine is a question mark. You've been in government for 8 years, and you've worked around most of these goals as an advisor to the Vice President. I want to know. We all know that government commitments go a long way in enhancing the opportunity or the actualization of these goals. Is there commitment do you think that the government is committed enough to see to the actualization of the SDG in the next 7 years, that is 2030? That is my question. Because
which level of government?
Well, at your own level, the federal government. Yes, because you made mention of working with the state government, the local government, and other stakeholders to ensure the actualization. But my concern is from the federal government, because the federal government now is the elephant that creates the visible environment for others to strive. So if at all there is commitment from the government, thank you.
I'm really sorry. We can't take more questions. We still have one more session, and our time is far gone. We've been here since 9 a.m. We need to do this well and do this lucid. Please, let's go ahead.
Yeah, I'll remember. I think I should remember. So thank you very much for the last. I'll start with the last person because it's freshest in my mind. As I said, the federal government can only do certain things. The federal government, if you know the Constitution, is only restricted to the FCT. That's where it can actually make an impact if it uses its budget. But it can incentivize the states. Now, I don't want to even start with that, because I mentioned earlier that I engaged the National Economic Council, because that is where they have budgets also. And that is where the problem is. The people actually belong to them, the vulnerable groups that actually need an impact on their livelihoods. They're at state level. One of the governors asked me, how much money are you bringing? And that is far from it. Another governor, we had planned we were going to go, everything, we were a team of 8. The day before, he called me and said he won't be there anymore because he had another exigency somewhere. You know, and then you work with government officials at state level, you find a lot of things that are completely, you have to put in monitors. For us now, we work with the DSS because we want to know what is happening. You will be paying these young people and they will be saying, yes, we're working, but maybe they're not working. Maybe some of them are actually pedophiles, and you're giving them hawkers to take care of. Some of the states, when we said give us young people, when we interrogated it, the DSS looked at it. Some were policemen, some were counselors, some were members of the local government staff. There are many things in this country that we need to actually interrogate. The thing is, we can't change the Constitution easily. And you can't, when we're doing school feeding, for instance, we got a lot of reports that, some of those schools are ghost schools. And the money was going to the wrong people. I went in to see the statistician general then, Mr. Yemi Kale. I said, please help us do, go in and count, give us the data of the schools that exist because from Abuja, I won't know the schools in the states, but they need to be public schools. Don't even say classes 1 to 3, because they will know it's about school feeding. Just give us the numbers And he was, I mean, when he called me after the exercise, he was saying some states called him to one place and they called his staff to say, no, please increase the numbers of schools that we have. Please do that for us. We'll give you 3 million naira. Some, when I had a meeting with the project managers for school feeding, they said, when it's all distorted, so data is important, right? So if maybe there are hidden fees, maybe there's 1,000 naira for every child that comes to primary school that the parent needs to pay, and that happens everywhere, right? By the time there are maybe 80 children in a classroom, the teacher reports to the headmaster that there are 60 so that he can keep 20 naira. By the time the teacher escalates it to the Commissioner for Education or to SUBEB, he's also reducing numbers so that he can keep some money. By the time SUBEB reports to UBEC, they increase the numbers because teachers, the number of teachers, the number of children all matter with the allocation that they get. So all of these things that happen, you have to struggle to try and get the numbers right, to try and do things right. And unfortunately, in many spaces in this country, when you try to do things right, you get into trouble because there's an entrenched culture. And this is why I'm very excited to be here. You can't escape the fact that it is the responsibility of the state. Federal government will be usurping the functions of a state if it says, I am going to go in and do this by myself. So I'm asking you to prepare your minds as to if you work from state level, it's much easier because that way you will be accountable to yourself. But if you are federal level, then you have to contend with all kinds of distortions and you need to be a little smarter than, the ordinary. You need to spread. We had over 800 monitors there. We welcomed Action Aid bringing in monitors. We welcomed ANIJ bringing in monitors. And we said even anonymous reports. We want to know grievance mechanism is very important. Because money that is meant to go, we had, financial inclusion. We wanted the cooks to be able to get their money directly. We said open accounts, right? We had government officials that would go to them and say, we put you on that list and we'll remove you if you don't. And so government was struggling to pay directly to make sure it got to them. But some of these women, is the counselors that took their money or their husbands or even their children. The alerts will go to the children and they don't even know the money has come. So there are different layers if you want to actually achieve success. But what I can say is that irrespective of all of this, we're able to grow a lot. Part of the problem in the social sector is the fact that we have a 4-year term, right? And elected officials want to point at tangible things, the brick and the mortar, to say maybe if there's a budget for education, they build schools, right? And they say, this is what I did in my time. But there are other things that are important for education. There needs to be learning going on. There need to be children in that classroom. If you don't address the social protection issues, the poverty of the father, those children will go to the farm or go and hawk, and the classes will remain empty. If there's insecurity, children won't go to school. If the teacher is not properly trained, doesn't know how to give the children and excite the children will drop out. Or if there's a lot of bullying, there's so many issues, but those issues take time to measure, performance. And those ones, a lot of elected officials don't want to bother themselves with that because it takes 3-4 years to say, these are the improved outcomes. If you really want to do an impact survey and your accountability lab, right, you should know. So this is why the disparities have continued to grow. And I'm not excusing the private sector. The private sector also wants to see returns on investment. But many of these issues take time. So there has to be a way of prioritizing the intangible, things that are not so visible, things that take time, over 3-4 years, for us to measure and to say, yes, we've done it. Beyond this, the brick and the mortar, beyond the hospitals that we're building, learning can happen under a tree. It can happen in many spaces, in safe spaces. And what I've discovered is even skills has been the master key. Most people want to learn skills because what's the reality today? We have 33% unemployment rate. So parents question that. They say, how do I not teach my child how to be a very good farmer or, the craft in our family? Because this child has to go to school. You go to school, you come out, there's no job. Many, as a lawyer in my law firm, even trying to employ young people, the quality is not there. So there are many things that you're going to find in the real world. But for me, government has really humbled me. I used to carry placards all over the place, criticize government. When you get your hands dirty, when you move into that space, then you realize how difficult it is to be able to get, but it's inch by inch. You keep pushing the boundaries. If they say you can't do this, or if somebody hides a file, you find a way. So from the beginning, you're going to make copies to keep. You understand? So it's not a federal government responsibility. The things you're talking about, they're actually state government responsibilities, but the federal government has to take an interest. So it has to set targets and put in mechanisms for monitoring to ensure that whatever incentive they're using is actually being utilized by the right set of people and it's productive. Now, with the question on whether it's private schools or, I know the TED Fund does a lot on research for public universities. I'm not sure that, there's a tendency for a lot of people to believe government must do this. I set up an NGO in Kano maybe 14 years ago, or 15 years ago. We started very, very small, but today we're in other states, and it's focusing on women and children. It's not really about how many resources you have now. For research, it's critical, but I'd like to think that your board has an eye on research, because research is the only way that the university can grow. You can, it's something I can suggest. I can put it in my handover notes. This is required. Money is required for NYSC. But I don't know what NYSC, I understand a lot of training happens in the camps now. In my own time, there was nothing like that. But they engage the youth on skills, and I don't know, maybe you can educate me on that, because I'm not sure. Pardon? Pardon? Yes, but they don't give you startup kits or. So maybe it's something that I could pass on to NYSC to say this is required to improve the outcomes, but everything is work in progress. And I don't think we should say no or nothing is working, because there are spaces where things are working, and there are people who have the passion, like she does, for climate change. And government can't do everything. We keep pushing the boundaries. It's our country. And whether it's federal government or state government, at least I'm not going anywhere. I'm old. And it is our responsibility to keep pushing to ensure that our country improves. So that, I think, is something we should all take with us. It's not the country of President Buhari alone, or elected officials, or the president-elects. It's for all of us. And we have a commitment. We can clean our surroundings. We can do things ourselves in our communities because we believe in the SDGs. And we don't need the resources that we imagine we do, because I know what I went through. Slowly, 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 you'll find that people buy into what you're doing and they begin to support you. And before you know it, they say you're a household name. And that's how it starts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. It was really insightful. I'm sure we all learned a lot. One of the key things I picked from what she had said, and I'm throwing it back to some of us here, I think it's important for us to understand how Nigeria works, how government works. She has pointed out where the powers of the federal government starts and where it ends, where that of the state starts, where it ends. Same for local government. I think it's important for all of us here to understand that, and a very good place for us to get good information on that, because it's key for us when engaging government and carrying out our advocacy activities. Let's please try and get a copy of the Constitution. I think it's free. If it's not free, I'm sure Oga Said can get all of us a copy on the house. Let's read it and know where this power starts and they stop. On that note, I think we would say a very big thank you to Hajia for taking time out of a very busy schedule to be with us today. So there's a special kind of clap I want us to give Hajia. Can we all be on our toes, please?
Can I stand up?
You can sit, but you can stand and be with us too. Not on your feet. On your toes, anyone? Okay. So I'm a technologist, so I try to do things digitally. This clap is called the digital clap. Yes. Just look at me and do as I do. Sorry, stretch your arm out like this. Arm tight. Type what you want to tell Hajia. Thank you, Morgan. Now, we are all clear? Yes. 3 times. First message. Thank you. Second message. Thank you. And the third message. Thank you.
Let's take some pictures, please. Robert. Wait, let me join it. All right. Okay, so yes. Thank you very much. Please, once again, let's put our hands together for Hajia. Thank you, ma'am. Now, we're going to be doing we'll be doing the closing remarks. We're not having any other sessions today. I think we can clap to that. I'd like to call on Dr. Fausat and let you know, please put your hands together for her. She's the Dean of Student Affairs here at Nile University, one of our great hosts here, and nobody more fitting than to give these remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It has been an amazing and educative 2 days. And honestly, I cannot thank everyone enough, starting with our able partners, our several partners, people who thought up these ideas and who sat down to put pen to paper to bring this event to life. It has been very, very educative with all the papers since yesterday to the tree planting exercise. And lastly, listening to Hajia herself. Hajia Mariam Uwais, we really appreciate you. It is not all the time that you invite stakeholders to events like this and they turn up. Sometimes they do turn up and you don't get value even for inviting them. I watched as you sat and explained and give us insights, and it has been very, very educative. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming. And one important message that I took from her words this afternoon is the fact that government cannot do it all. I have always been an advocate of do whatever you can in whatever little space that you occupy. She said you can always start small, and before you know it, people will actually buy into whatever it is that you're doing, and they will support you to grow from that starting point. What it means is that to achieve these sustainable development goals, whichever one we think we're passionate about, please let us put in our best for the sake of humanity. Nile University, we try as much as possible at our own end to do whatever we can in educating our students, in contributing our own quota to achieving the sustainable goals. On that note, on behalf of Nile University and its entire management, we thank all our partners, we thank every invited guest, all the students that are present. Thank you very much. God bless you all. I wish you all safe journey back to your various destinations. Thank you for coming.
Before you leave, Ma, we'd like to, for the photo opportunities, there were some things that we didn't do. We'd like to once again re-invite Hajia to come up stage and take a picture with you. And after that, we'll do all of the ambassadors, the volunteers, and organizers. Okay, so it's the dean, the ambassadors, and the organizers. Okay. Students and students, yes. Students too. Photographers. Okay, so now the ambassadors and students. Where are you now? Okay. All volunteers. Okay, all volunteers. Okay, at some point the frame will need to be too wide, so some people may need to squat in front. The people who have strong knees can do that. Just come up. All of the initiatives, all of our students. Why are you looking for the small one, my brother? Hold a big one too. Let's do it quickly and safely. Okay, are we ready now? Okay. Okay, I think we're ready now. Everybody with me, just look at me and say SDG. Try and keep your teeth open as you say the G. We're good? We're good. Now, the organizers, please let's put the boxes back where we got them from, not just on stage. So these are organizers. Organizers